So very good evening to all of you on the second day of this international seminar on global issues in multidisciplinary academic research and innovations. All the honorable guests, including the patron, Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association, and the chief guest, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta, former Ambassador of India and former member Executive Board of UNESCO, the chairperson, Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, Professor of Management, School of Legal Studies, Banasthali Vidyapeeth. Additional chairperson, Dr. Beatriz Bisotto from Brazil. Keynote speakers of today's technical session, Dr. Venkata Rao from Pondicherry, Dr. Surya Prakash from New Delhi, and Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag from New Delhi. And the entire team of Inspira Research Association, Jaipur, and team of Kishangarh Group of Education, Alwar, and majority of learned participants from all over the country and abroad who have joined the program. I heartily welcome you all for the second day's session. We have all enriched on inaugural day of this international seminar on global issues in multidisciplinary academic research and innovations yesterday and listened to Honorable Professor Rana Singh, Professor N.D. Mathur, Dr. Gul Irkol Beram, Professor Suman Bhakri, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Sharma, and Neelu Grover, and number of participants from all over the country and abroad. So I hope you all will enriched in today's session also. And I request once again Dr. Aarti Chopra, our dynamic Joint Secretary, to invite and welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta. Dr. Aarti Chopra, please unmute.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir. And I'm so glad that my laptop started working because I had to give. Thank you, sir. I was very worried because I have to introduce such a great personality, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta sir. Sir, when I was going through your resume, I thought I'll cut it short to save time. But when I read it, there was nothing which could be cut in your CV because you have such a rich and vast profile. And we are so grateful to you for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest. सर आपके लिए तो यही कहना चाहूंगी कि ज्ञान एक दिव्य शक्ति है जो बल को हरा सकती है और आप जैसे ज्ञानी और बुद्धिजीवी व्यक्ति हमारे यहाँ पधारे उसके लिए हम आपके हृदय से ऋणी हैं. Thank you so much, sir. Before inviting our chief guest for today's day on international seminar, I wish to tell something about Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta ji. Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta ji was a very meritorious student and been awarded several gold medals and scholarships during his student life. After completion of Masters in Management, Sir joined the Indian Foreign Services in 1981 and served in different capacities in Belgium, Bangladesh, Bahrain, Mexico, France, Philippines, Mongolia, Hungary, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and West Indies. Dr. Gupta is also the member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India. As part of his diplomatic assignments, Sir served as India's ambassador to Mongolia, Hungary, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and as High Commissioner of India to Trinidad and Tobago, Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, and Montserrat. He also served as India's Deputy Permanent Representative to UNESCO. He has been awarded PhD degree for his research work on environmental degradation and relevance of ancient wisdom by a European university. Sir is a great writer. His first book, Mongolia, The Land of Blue Skies, was published in the year 2007. His next two books, Droplets and Chand Lamhe, were a collection of his English and Hindi poetry. And I wonder, sir, being an IFS officer, you are a poet also. That's really versatile. You are actually, the facet of this multidisciplinary conference because you're so versatile. His fourth book, Unraveling Mysteries of Life, Modern Science and Ancient Wisdom, was published in the year 2012. The book received excellent reviews from around the world and has been translated in various languages such as Hungarian, Czech, Romanian, Hindi, Spanish, and Indonesian. His next book, Science and Spirituality, was published in 2017. Subsequently, his book titled Limits of Consumption, Environmental Degradation, and Ancient Wisdom was published in UK in 2018. And now his latest book, Glimpses of Indian Heritage, was published in January 2023. Sir, I'm glad to know and I'm glad to tell everyone that all these books are they are available at Amazon.com. So anyone who would wish to read Sir's such versatile books, they can get it from Amazon.com. Gupta sir has also contributed 50 articles on foreign policy, spiritual and environmental issues and addressed global audiences on these issues. Various venues, some of the venues, I'll take the name because there are hundreds of venues where sir has gone for his speeches. Some of the important ones are UNESCO Paris, Nehru Center London, the Art Institute Chicago, University of Dallas, University New Jersey, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan New York, Argentine Council of International Relations, University Prague, Vasil Goldis Western University Romania, Budapest University of Technology and Economics, and many, many more. Some of his talks and speeches are available on his YouTube channel, Gauri Shankar Gupta 100, and webpage gaurishankargupta.com. So we can always, see how beautifully sir speaks. The various honors and awards have been given to sir, and sir has been bestowed with Silver Star of Peace by Mongolian Foundation for Peace and Friendship, Ambassador of the Club of Budapest, Kabir Samman by Adharshila World Hindi Meet, and many more. Sir, we are so proud to have you here. Sir, आपके लिए कहना चाहूंगी कि फूल खिलते हैं जब आप मुस्कुराते हैं, और जहां आप जाते हैं तो चार चांद लग जाते हैं। उस मंच की शोभा का क्या कहना जहां आप जैसे बुद्धिजीवी अतिथि आते हैं। और आज ये मंच इंस्पिरा का मंच है, और मैं इंस्पिरा रिसर्च एसोसिएशन और किशनगढ़ ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ओर से आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ। डॉक्टर गौरी शंकर गुप्ता सर।
वेलकम सर। Now you can unmute, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Aarti Chopra, for your very generous words, very generous introductions, and wonderful voice. Thank you very much. Dr. Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association. Then my dear friend, Professor Anil Mehta, who is Vice President of IRA, Dr. Ravikant Modi, Secretary General, Mr. Vikram Singh, Director, Kishangarh Group of Education, Dr. Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto from Brazil, the entire dedicated and motivated team of IRA, distinguished guests, invited scholars, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and welcome. Good afternoon. At the very outset, I would like to express my profound thanks to IRA for its enormous contribution to the world of research and innovation. I am particularly grateful to Professor Modi and Professor Mehta for their generosity in inviting me as chief guest for the closing ceremony of this prestigious international seminar. I consider this as my honor and privilege. I am confident that yesterday and today you would have very scholarly and productive dialogue based on erudite papers on this extremely important topic of innovation. Innovation is actually central to any organization, whether it's a business organization or otherwise. This constitutes the core value for survival and growth. Without innovation, survival and growth are almost impossible. Change is the only constant factor in life. We always witness change every single second of our existence. In Sanskrit, the word is called Jagat and Sansar. Now, Jagat means where there is gati, where there is constant gati. And Sansar means which is all the time revolving around some axis, all the time. So both these words imply continuous change. Therefore, in this changing world, innovation is absolutely inevitable to deal with new challenges of life. Without innovation, corporations, societies, and even the countries could become irrelevant. That is absolutely a must. In fact, such countries which do not innovate, they become irrelevant after a while. They lose their energy and growth potential. Now, some of you must be a student of economics. There was a time when actually land and labor were the two factors of production. And subsequently, capital was added after the currency and capital became important. And today, technology has become most important factor of production. And technology is actually based on innovations. Now, if we look at innovation, what do we mean by innovation? Innovation is basically out-of-box thinking. It is going beyond a set mental construct. You have to transcend a mental construct in which we live. It's rising above precedents, history, and traditions. You have to go beyond those, existing norms, and then only you can become an innovator. Disruptive thinking to face new challenges is called innovation. Now, innovation is basically a journey of creativity from minds to markets, from ideas to execution, from knowledge to application. It is a successful implementation of a new idea for value addition in industry and in society. Innovation transforms the knowledge into a practical and useful societal equipment to overcome impediments and to open new growth potential. Now let's take a few examples of innovations to understand what do we mean by this. For example, innovation of a wheel. It has transformed the whole, system of our life. How the wheel has, in the beginning, it was basically used for horse carts, and then today it has become, the basic, what you call tool for all machineries, all equipment, and all modes of transportation. Now look at, generation of electricity and cabling of electricity. It has actually transformed the whole world completely. Look at renewable energy today. We are looking at solar energy, wind energy. It is again transforming the entire, energy sector in the world. The whole logistics are undergoing tremendous transformation. Look at the mobile phones, or look at the digital encryption, what we call a computer and internet. All that has transformed the world. These are all examples of innovation which have transformed the world in our own lifetime. Artificial intelligence is also now coming up very fast, and it has the potential to again have disruptive changes in entire lifestyle which we have. Now you see, to become leader in the world, whether it is a country or a society or an institution, you have to have innovations. Like India was the world leader until 1720. You must have heard the name of Angus Madison, a German origin economist based in US. He was actually appointed by OECD to undertake a study on the development of different countries and their contribution from AD 0 to AD 2000. And he came out with his book in which he has described that India was the largest economy in the world, covering approximately 30 to 35% of total GDP and trade between AD 0 and 1720. So that was possible because India had a vast, what you call institutional background and a culture of innovation in those days. And after that, India slowed down innovation and therefore we had to suffer. Then the Industrial Revolution came in Europe after 1760 onwards, and Europe started innovating new things, new ideas, and they took over the world and they became the most important, what we call guiding factor in the global economy and global society. Then if you look at after World War II, America continues to dominate the world, primarily because they are regulating and dominating all the innovations in the world. But particularly after 2010, China has come up as a challenger. They have become great innovators as well, and they are now challenging the US domination in the world of technology. So this is the power of what we call innovation. If you want to dominate as a society, as a corporation, as a nation, you have to do innovation. You have to meet new challenges. You have to find new ways of doing things. Now, India has a great ancient history of innovation, and I would like to briefly describe it. If we look at the universities in the world, the first university in the world was Takshila, which goes back to almost 2,700, 2,800 years back in time. And then, of course, there were many other universities like Nalanda and so many more. Then we had, great advancement in astrology, in Ayurveda. Some of the oldest books written on Ayurveda are from India. Some of the oldest books on astrology or calculation of time and mathematics, like Surya Siddhant, Aryabhatiya, they were written by Indian scientists. We call them rishis in ancient terminology, but they were basically scientists. Then if we have metallurgical feats, the Delhi, you see in the Qutub Minar complex that iron pillar, which has not rusted despite elapse of almost 2,000 years and more. So that was the kind of technology in metallurgy India had. Textile industry in India was very well advanced, and it was a fantastic industry once upon a time. Actually, India has many, many advances in that time. The first book written on economics was Arthashastra by Kautilya. Then the first book written on music and dances, the first book written on even on sex and eroticism, they were all from India. So India was a great innovator at that time, and that is precisely the reason that India dominated the global economy and society until 1720. Now, Albert Einstein once said, "We owe a lot to ancient Indians, teaching us how to count, without which most scientific discoveries would not have been possible." Will Durant, a very well-known American, he said, "India was the motherland of our race, and Sanskrit the mother of Europe's languages. She was the mother of our philosophy, mother through the Arabs of much of our mathematics, mother through the Buddha of the ideals embodied in Christianity, mother through the village community of self-government and democracy." So these are some of the quotes from the very well-known writers of the world. I have many more, but I don't want to take more of your time on that. Now, what is the current status of innovation in India? The entrepreneurship is in the bloods of Indians. If you look at Indians, any part of the world you go to deepest corners of Africa, you go to US, you go to Canada, you go to Europe, anywhere you will find Indian entrepreneurs working in a very difficult environment and still becoming, rich and prosperous. We have a concept called Jugaad. Jugaad means even the poor people are able to manage their technology through local innovations. And this Jugaad concept is very much a local phenomenon in every part of India. Of course, today we have a lot of research institutions in every field. We have incubation centers all around the country. We have a lot of startups. Particularly, I was told that there are more than 60,000 startups in India. We are the third largest country in terms of startup ecosystem today. Then, if you look at some of the recent phenomena in India, the Aadhaar has become one of the great innovations of India. The UPI, the Unified Payment Interface, and connected with this is a RuPay credit card, are great innovations of recent times, recent years actually. Then direct tax benefit transfer, which has been undertaken by Government of India to billions of accounts directly, is a fantastic phenomenon. If we look at pharma industry, the Covaxin was invented within a period of 8-9 months in India, which is a great example of current innovation in pharmaceutical industry. Even the transformation of railway platforms, I was talking to one of my colleagues in the railways, and they were telling me the great innovations are taking place in those sectors now. So India also, we are also have the Secretariat of International Solar Alliance, which was the initiative taken by Prime Minister Modi. So these are some of the examples of innovations in India today. But then there are some other examples in the rural, milieu as well, like stone digging machines, to convert a barren land into a fertile place. An individual has invented a stone digging machine so that he can remove the stones and the land becomes fertile. Then you have Tupic bad AC. You don't have to, put air conditioner to cool your entire room, but only the bad area can be, provided AC facility so that you can save tremendous amount of power. So these are some of the, the examples which are there. There are hundreds of them which are taking place in rural areas. And I'm sure the Inspira IRA will contribute tremendously in that field. So I don't want to take much of your time because you are waiting for very scholarly papers which are to be presented in the conference subsequently. But I would like to end my today's short speech by quoting two verses, one from Bhagavad Gita and one from Mahopanishad. The first verse is Nahi Gyanen Sadrashyam Pavitramya Vidyate, that there is nothing which is more sacred than knowledge. This is what Bhagavad Gita says, verse 38, chapter 4, that knowledge is the best purifier, the best thing which can happen to anybody in the world. This is what Bhagavad Gita says. And then we have this concept of what we call Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and which is based in our Upanishad called Mahopanishad. And the verse in Sanskrit reads like this: Ayam nij paroveti ganna laghu chetasam udhar charita nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That this is mine, this Ayam nij, this is mine, this is paro, this is somebody else's. This kind of lower level thinking, that is thinking is for those people who are not well developed. Udhar charita nam, those people who are having well developed character, who have greater thinking, for them the whole world is one single family. So let us, with these noble words from our ancient literature, I wish you all success in this great conference and seminar. And I'm sure the papers that will be presented will be laying down the new milestones in the era of innovation and in the history of your institution, IRA. Thank you very much once again for inviting me. I'm profoundly grateful to all of you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Rather, we should be profoundly grateful to you for accepting our invitation. It was such a pleasure, such a knowledgeable speech you gave. All the aspects of innovations you covered so beautifully, and how beautifully you said that innovation is going beyond the set mental norms. So whatever we have, stereotyped in our mind, when we go beyond that, when we go beyond our comfort zone, then only we'll be able to innovate. And you covered everything. You covered the rural innovations, also innovation in the field of railways, industries, and economy. So it was very, very wonderful to hear you, sir. आपके लिए तो यही कहना चाहूंगी कि इतनी शिद्दत से निभाना अपना किरदार कि पर्दा गिरने के बाद भी तालियां बजती रहें, और आपने उसी शिद्दत से अपना किरदार निभाया है हमेशा अपनी जिंदगी में, एज अ ब्यूरोक्रेट, एज एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एज अ लर्नड पर्सन. आप जिस तरीके से आपने हमारे आज सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मोटिवेट किया है, वी आर रियली रियली ग्रेटफुल टू यू फॉर योर काइंड प्रेजेंस, सर. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Aarti ji. We will have to have a Shero Shahari session separately with you one day.
Sir, we are the students of Professor N.D. Mathur, sir, in this case.
Yes.
We
Sir,
have
Professor N.D. Mathur sir has
Professor
also joined, ma'am. Mathur sir has also joined. Welcome,
sir.
sir.
Welcome.
Welcome
Sir,
you, sir.
हम आपका चुरा के थोड़ी तारीफें पा रहे हैं.
Professor Mathur sir is also here. So it is it is grateful. We are very grateful.
Yeah. Thank you.
Personalities with us. And thank you so much, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta ji. It was really indeed, we are really grateful to have such an eminent personality as a chief guest. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again. So I request Dr. Aarti ma'am once again to welcome our today's chairperson, Professor Anil Mehta, sir. Dr. Aarti ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think my smile says it all, because my pleasure knows no limit when I have to invite not only one of the finest professors in the nation, but also one of the finest humans present on this world. So I am really, really glad to invite Professor Anil Mehta, sir, our teacher, our mentor. Professor Mehta is currently working as the Professor of Management, Department of Legal Studies, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Banasthali. He is the Honorary Dean of Rajasthan ILT Skill University. He has been Professor, School of Business and Commerce, Manipal University, Jaipur. He has been Professor and Head, Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Director, University 5 Years Law College, and Director, Center for Entrepreneurship Development, University of Rajasthan. Sir has over 4 decades of teaching, administrative, and research experience. Professor Mehta has authored 11 books on various subjects, and I think I have this profile which is little old. So, sir, the number has been, added exponentially now. And the books are related to the various aspects of management. Professor Mehta is a well-established trainer, and as Professor N.D. Mathur says that we call him Peter F. Drucker of Rajasthan. He is a well-established trainer of the state and has been conducting training programs for large number of corporates, government, and academic institutions in the field of soft skills, management, and human resource development. Professor Mehta has been the convener, Board of Studies, Department of Business Administration, convener, IPR Cell, and member, Finance Committee, University of Rajasthan. Professor Mehta has widely traveled and visited USA for 1.5 months for various academic pursuits. We are so glad to have you here, sir. आपके जुड़ने से ही हमारे पूरे मंच पर रौनक आ जाती है, सज्जा बढ़ जाती है पूरे मंच की. मैं तहे दिल से आमंत्रित करती हूँ as the chairperson of today's program, Professor Anil Mehta, sir. Kindly enlighten the participants with your pearls of wisdom. Professor Mehta.
Welcome, Professor Mehta, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Uh, Dr. Aarti Chopra has been one of my very favorite students, and for Aarti, I am her one of the most favorite teacher. So you can very well guess that there is some exaggeration the way she introduced to me. Thank you, Dr. Aarti. Anyway, my esteemed friend and chief guest for today's program, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta. It is really a great pleasure for me to be with you today. In fact, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta and myself, we were the batchmate in post-graduation from 1976 to 1978. And even at that time, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta was a role model for me as far as the studies are concerned. And even today, even after his retirement, he's doing so much of work that he is a great source of inspiration for all of us. Madam Beatrice Lucica Salvato, Dr. Venkata Rao, Dr. Suri Prakash, and Dr. Vishnu Charan Nag, and Mr. Vikram from Kishangarh College, Alwar. At the outset, I'm so happy that in this virtual conference, again, the participants have really shown their tremendous enthusiasm. So far, we have organized more than 25 conferences during last 2.5 years. And every conference is getting wonderful response. Participants are coming from almost every nook and corner of the country and presenting papers on wide variety of subjects and providing all of us very rich food for thought. So for that, perhaps we all are highly thankful to all the participants, keynote speakers, and our esteemed guests, like Sri Gauri Shankarji Shamal. Friends, over the last 10 years, there are tremendous changes which are taking place at the global level. And particularly in the field of trade, commerce, and industry. Virtually, there is a revolution after this digitalization. Today, in terms of market, in terms of access of technology, in terms of obtaining the finance, all the organizations throughout the globe, irrespective of their size and nature, they are at par. The traditional ages of competition have lost their relevance. And a single most competitive age that still exists today, that is the quality of human resources in an organization. You cannot do quality research. It is not possible to innovate unless people are really creative, innovative, and talented. But it is also a fact that today throughout the globe, we are facing talent crunch. What a paradox. On one hand, developing nations are facing severe unemployment. And this unemployment rate has increased even in developed countries. But on the other hand, corporate sector and in other areas, there is a talent shortage. Charles Sachi has rightly said that by and large, talent is in such a short supply that mediocrity can be taken for brilliance, rather more than genius can go undiscovered. And it is only because of the talent crunch organizations throughout the globe are facing a lot of challenges and problems. Talent shortage is impacting even the research and new innovations, particularly in academic institutions as well as in research organizations. Now, if you just think about the reasons why there is a talent shortage, you may identify number of reasons. But I think that there are 4 important reasons for talent shortage today. The first and the foremost is unemployable graduates. It is estimated that approximately 70% of the fresh graduates from any stream are unemployable. They are unable to meet the industry requirement. They are not having any practical exposure. And industry people find it very difficult to recruit the right kind of talent. And even they are hired, it takes a lot of time to groom and nurture them as per the industry requirement. So this is one of the major problems. As we know that in corporate sector today, there is a talent war and recruiters are trying their best to get the best and the brightest people. The second important reason for this talent shortage is technology revolution. The technological revolution is so fast that perhaps in many sectors and particularly in the IT, technology gets obsolete within 3 to 4 years. And organizations are really finding it difficult to get people who are well versed with the latest technology. The third important reason is that good number of people who joined the organization in 90s, the process of retirement has started. Many bright people have started taking voluntary retirements and starting their own ventures. In the speed and in manner, the retirements are taking place. Perhaps it's quite difficult for many organizations to bridge the gap between demand and supply. This is another reason. And the fourth important problem which many organizations are facing is high level of attrition. Gone are the days of sincerity, commitment, and loyalty and working for one organization for lifetime. Today's generation keep on changing jobs. Talented people are in great demand. So their mobility is also very high. In fact, there are two important areas where we are finding talent crunch. Number one, the technical knowledge. Irrespective of the level of positions, there is a problem that people are not having the required knowledge and competence even in their subject domain. Of course, we have been able to build a huge infrastructure in the form of educational institutions almost in all areas. But how many are there centers of excellence? Very, very few. Students are not having the sound technical knowledge and competence. And secondly, where there is a talent shortage is soft skills. Young graduates are not having good command over the soft skills, particularly the problem solving skills, decision-making skills, analytical skills, developing innovations and creativity, and communication skills. To accelerate the pace of growth, it is very much required that people must have both kind of knowledge, technical knowledge, as well as knowledge and competence in the field of soft skills as well. And because of this talent crunch, what is happening is, as I already mentioned, that in many areas, talent war has started. Organizations and the recruiters have snatching the best and the brightest people, offering them high pay package and fringe benefits, which might be good for the talented people, but certainly it increases the cost. Secondly, because of the talent crunch, it has reduced the productivity of the people also. The workload has increased and people are unable to meet the requirements. And of course, when we talk about the innovation and creativity, it is possible only when people have competence, when they are really talented. It's a misconception that innovation, creativity, and talent, they are inborn or inherent. It can be acquired also. It can be nurtured. And here we are really lacking to develop the attitude for creativity, new innovations, research. So talent crunch lead to very, very limited innovations. And whatever the goals and objectives of the organizations are, how it is possible to meet these goals and objectives in the situation of talent shortage? So now it's time to devise new strategies to bridge the gap between the demand and supply. Here, now the time has come where the recruiters have to devise and design new ways of recruitment. They will have to perhaps increase their geographical area as far as the recruitment is concerned. They will have to hire people remotely also. Talent crunch is one of the areas where it is possible to collaborate, even people are competitors. So what is required is that now the time has come where the organizations, maybe they are competing to each other. They should start collaborating to each other. Joint collaborations are possible. And even at the industry association level, they can think of organizing training and skill development program to meet that talent shortage problem. Here, sector skill councils, skill department, and skill universities can play a very crucial role to meet the demand of talented people. Training programs should be organized, which are totally focused for the skill enhancement. Skill development colleges and universities should be established, which should cater and tailor their programs and the syllabi as per the need of the industry. Time has come where we can think of not merely just providing the academic kind of education, but skill-based education. For the organizations, it is always important that instead of every time going for the recruitment externally, they can think of upskilling, reskilling, and multi-skilling their existing workforce, which is more cost-effective and more beneficial. And here, the HR professionals can play a vital role. The top management of the organization should give sufficient time for skilling the existing workforce at various levels in the organization. Similarly, in order to ensure the continuous supply of the talented people, organizations should adopt innovative strategies for onboard new talent and retaining the existing staff. Of course, retention management is a very, very vast subject, but I think that in order to retain the best and the brightest people, 3 C's are very important, which every organization should focus: comfort, career, and compensation. Improve the quality of work life, ensure the continuous steady growth of the people, and offer pay package at par or even more than the industry standards. And finally, I can say that hiring the freelancers is also important in order to meet the demand of the work. Instead of recruiting people, we can assign the job to the experts on project basis. In fact, here, the temporary staff, contractual appointments, multi-employments, gig workforce perhaps their role will be increasing in future for meeting the talent crunch. Lastly, I can say that it's time to realize that talent shortage is not just a problem of few, because there is no individual solution to a global problem. Talent shortage is a global problem, and for that, organizations should have to think collectively, not only the organization, even the state and the stakeholders should very seriously just think and just work together to solve this problem on a collective basis. If we have the talented people, then only we can certainly accelerate the rate of this innovation, research, and the creative ideas and their translation into reality. So thank you very much. And I'm particularly thankful to Professor Andy Mathur, my very, very intimate friend and who is an expert in the field of creativity and innovation. Professor Mathur, I'm really happy to see you here. Thank you. Over to Dr. Ravi Modi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, Professor Anil Mehta. Sir, it was indeed very, very thought-provoking. It was very thought-provoking because so many insights you have given, and I was noting them down for my future speeches also, because they're so important. How beautifully you have pointed out that we always talk about the employees, about the prospective employees, but you included companies also, that companies also should keep in mind 3 C's for their employees, that is comfort, career, and compensation. Obviously, because the career advancement is the duty of the companies also, of the employers also, and talent crunch is there. And sir, I feel that educational institutions and corporates have to work together for that, because students are actually helpless, because whatever they are being taught in colleges and universities, if the employer says that you are unemployable, then it is not the fault of a student. So universities and colleges also have to work in accordance with the requirement of the corporate, requirement of the industry. So very nicely, sir, you said, and soft skills have to be, even I feel that soft skills are so much missing in the students, and analytical skills, creative skills. So we have to, as teachers, it is our duty also to develop these skills among the students. Very, very thought-provoking and very, very insightful address, sir. We are really grateful for accepting our invitation to be the chairperson for today's session, and all the participants must have highly benefited. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta, sir, once again. It was really a wonderful, wonderful speech. And now I again request Dr. Aarti ma'am to please invite and welcome our today's additional chairperson, Dr. Beatriz Salvador Bisotto ma'am from Brazil.
Thank you so much once again, sir. Our additional chairperson for today's international seminar is a very, very special person. She's a wonderful human being, and I have been inviting her to India. We are really wishing to meet her. She has been associated with Inspira Research Association for long. And I have told Professor Modi and Dr. Modi also that we should also plan someday to Brazil to meet her, because it's been long we are associated with Professor Tan and Professor Bisotto, and we are so willing to meet them in person. I am so thankful to have you here, ma'am. Before inviting madam for her additional chairperson's remarks, I wish to tell something about ma'am. Madam Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto is from University Center Unifac West Lages, Unifac West, Brazil. She is a postdoctoral student at University of Aveiro, Portugal. PhD in Administration from the University of Caxias do Sul, UCS, PUC-RS agreement. She's a Master's in Business Administration from the University of Caxias do Sul. She has specialization in controllership, University of Caxias. She's graduated in accounting sciences. She's a judicial expert, University Center, Unifec West Legas, Brazil. Institutional connections, current connection is employee functional framework, tutor and teacher. She has 3 international research projects, and this is an old profile, so probably now there are many more international research projects she must be handling. She has applied social sciences, and she studies and works on spirituality between Brazil, Pakistan, India, and many more countries, because I have been fortunate to attend some of her programs, and I see that how beautifully she connects the cultures and heritage and students of so many countries all together. We really appreciate ma'am's social work, academic work, and ma'am, we really appreciate that you accepted our invitation to be today's additional chairperson. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti Chopra, for your kind words. You are always, you always welcome us with so much love. We feel so. I feel so happy to be here always. So it is always an honor to be here at the events of Inspira Research Association. International Seminar on Global Issues in Multidisciplinary Academic Research and Innovations, ISGU Virtual 2023. My special thanks to the organizing committee, and I will ask, I apologize for my mispronounce of the names. Professor Dr. S.S. Moody, the President, Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, the Vice President, Dr. Ravi Kantimud, Mr. Vikram Singh, Dr. Ashok Kumar, Mr. Kailash Chand, Dr. Aarti Chopra, Ms. Ivana Vashishta, Dr. Hitu Sharma, Mr. Raj Kumar Verma, and Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta, who was speaking before me. And I would like to say before I start that I will certainly go to India, Dr. Aarti Chopra, and we will meet soon. Okay? Can I share my PPTs? Is it visible? Yes? Okay,
Yes,
thank you
yes,
very
yes,
much. So I'm gonna start. I will talk a little bit about interdisciplinarity in human sciences. Okay. You can see here my words cloud. And when wandering in etymology, we find several sciences. There is pure science, which is an exclusively intellectual scientific activity without any practical or technical application. The abstract sciences, whose objects are situated in the plane of abstractions, treated by scientific methods such as logic, mathematics, and statistics. We have the applied sciences that aim at the practical and or technical application of scientific results. The experimental sciences systematically adopt methods and principles based on experiments and not on simple observation. The object of the social sciences is the study of human societies in their different aspects, such as sociology and history, etc. We could not talk about science without sticking to what is most essential in it, the man and the woman. They create and develop science. We say that human beings are complex, but what is complex? A complex is a set taken as more or less coherent whole whose components work with each other in numerous relationships of interdependence or subordination, which are often difficult for the intellect to apprehend and which present different aspects. The noun human being is complemented by the complex adjective, that is, the human being can be appreciated from different angles. Our interests are diverse, but we want something in common. We come together in a common place in the phenomenality of space, in the experience of the space we occupy and find ourselves. We have so much in common. We live in community, in the phenomenality of time, in lived time pressured by chronological, digital, logical time. Creating training spaces through digital technologies in mathematics classes is urgent in the media society in which we live. Rapid social changes via technological development affect education in contemporary times, making it possible to establish, through the expansion of this hybrid and creative spaces, pedagogical dimensions in the ways of teaching and learning, generating dynamics that are related and articulated with the know-how. However, digital technologies open new spaces for the training of teachers who teach mathematics in cyberculture contexts and go beyond receiving information, develop the intellectual writing skills, reading the environment, creativity, curiosity, interpretation, problem solving and teaching strategies, as with reasoning, attention or sociability of previous and or acquired knowledge, contributing to the construction of new subjects capable of interfering in the process of transformation of the society. That is my small message for today. I would like to thank so much for Inspire Association for always inviting me to be present in such an amazing event that we are so, we feel so good here because this is so organized, so good. We feel at home in India in this seminar. So thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto from Brazil for joining us as the additional chairperson in this international seminar. Ma'am, so beautifully you combine social sciences, psychology and management. And as we always say that management is a combination of social sciences and psychology, philosophy. So very nicely you have said that how much we need to transform not only the technology, but the whole society, the education system. And ma'am, I wish to tell you that in India, we have a new education policy through which we are trying to transform the education system for the students, so that it was almost 30 years ago the last education policy came, and after 30 years, as per the need of the society, as per the need of the industry, the new education policy has come. So we are really hopeful that we'll be able to create a better world. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much once again, Madam Beatrice Bisotto. She is always with Inspire Research Association. She has always attended every event of Inspire Research Association and sparing her valuable time for us. We are very grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
With full dedication and
Full
zeal,
dedication.
she joins. Full dedication.
And today also there are so many presenters. They are also waiting to listen your comments also after the presentations. So thank you so much, Madam Bizotto, once again. And now I would like to welcome and invite our today's eminent first keynote speaker, Dr. Venkata Rao. Just a minute, I am searching that if he has joined or not. Mr. Rao. I think he will join a little bit later. So I would like to welcome our second eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Surya Prakash, Associate Professor, Shriram College of Commerce, University of Delhi. Dr. Surya Prakash is a passionate academician and scholar in the area of marketing, advertising, international business, and journal management. He teaches papers in principles of marketing, marketing management, advertising and personal selling, marketing research, and international business. Dr. Surya Prakash obtained his MCom and PhD degree from Faculty of Commerce, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He has more than a decade of teaching experience in commerce and management discipline. Apart from his regular teaching work, he is actively involved in working with various academic projects. He worked with PGDAV College of University of Delhi as well as Faculty of Commerce, Banaras Hindu University as a regular faculty. Sir, we are very grateful to have you today also. I know you have joined us physically also here at Jaipur in the month of January when we have organized hybrid conference in the month of January, sir. So we are very grateful and we welcome you on behalf of Inspira Research Association and Kishangarh Group of College. Dr. Surya Prakash. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much while inviting me here. First of all, Professor S.S. Modi, sir, your President of Inspira, Ravi Kanji, Professor Anil Mehta, sir, Chairperson, and additional Chairperson, Professor Risotto from Brazil, Dr. Y. Venkata Rao, additional our next keynote speaker, and all other dignitaries on this online platform. Dr. Aarti Chopra ji, just first I met you in person in January and now I am meeting you on online. Gauri Shankar sir, as the chief guest of this particular program. Thank you so much and good evening everyone. No doubt, sir has given such a burning topic about research issues, development in multidisciplinary research everywhere. Every nook and corner of the world, everywhere dynamic changes were observed effectively after 2019. When COVID-19 just knocked the door of the world, and when you observe during lockdown, after lockdown, so many changes were there. Very brief and very short time, just my timing was 4:40, now it is after 5. So within 5 to 6 minutes, I will conclude. But let me discuss and let me see in academic discipline, in academic and research, changes were observed everywhere in corporate, in academics, in politics, and everywhere. But recently, what observation we are observing basically in academics? In academics, being a professor of commerce and management, we are gathered here. We are talking about research, development. Being we are producing entrepreneurs, innovators. So after this pandemic, these changes, we are talking about the academic, just you all are observing this academic, how this has get changed. In NIP 2020, this new education policy of the India, 40% curriculums are on online. See, just we have started our journey, just you imagine before 2019, we have restricted ourselves only seminar and conference. Either it is international or national. But such observations are go through, seminars just converted into webinar first. After webinar, just is moved to the hybrid modes. After hybrids, just we move towards blended mode. And after blended mode, just currently we are enjoying virtual mode, and this conference has been organized on virtual mode. So such changes and everywhere when you're talking about the research and development, innovations. So in this, after this pandemic, what observation, just it's a by personal observation, all business tycoons, entrepreneurs, either big entrepreneurs or small entrepreneurs, everyone is looking towards the particular markets and total scenario of market, meaning of markets get changed. Earlier, we restrict ourselves only to market or place. When you're talking about in the angle of entrepreneurs, when you're observing the market, society. But today, if I ask any entrepreneurs, everyone is talking about market is an opportunity. And this COVID-19 has taught a lot how to just leverage this opportunity and convert your investment into profit. Or corporate sectors are looking toward opportunity. Earlier, they looked towards only market. So all corporate sector looking towards opportunity. This COVID-19, so many opportunities were given to the particular country. And when you're talking about the research, basically, sorry, I forget to just show my PPT. PPT is ready, but time is very less, so I'm waiting to share the PPT. Just let it be. I have prepared my PPT. If you permit, I can share very brief. But I think time is very short, so I think just Aarti ma'am, just you tell me that should I share the PPT or not?
Yes, please, sir. Please, sir. We would like to see it, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Just allow me to share the PPT. Please confirm, is it visible? I
Yes,
hope
it's
it is
visible.
visible.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I want to just, okay, fine. And secondly, if my second slide is visible, key issues with ethical consideration. And today, whole world is talking about ethics. Whole world, either ethics in business, ethics in academics, or ethics in your personal and professional life. So when you're talking about the ethics, no doubts, ethic is the considerations where you are very much confused what is right and what is wrong. When you are in dilemma, you have to take the ethical decision, and ethics is just like a balance. How you are able to balance your right things and wrong things. So when you are able to balance this right and wrong things, sometimes very ethical for you, sometimes may not be ethical for others. Maybe you are right, but sometimes others say you are not right. So this things is under the balance consideration. Ethics is just like a balance in your professional, personal, academics, and your corporate life. So this thing has to be observed. So I am avoiding this particular PPT. Other just coming to the direct American Marketing Association. As you are talking about the international this particular seminar, so we should understand when you are talking about the academics and in academics what American Marketing Association code of ethics for your business, particular for your research. So we have to understand America has introduced through American Marketing Association AMA that talking about the five ethics in particular business. One is researchers should protect anonymity, confidential information collected from the respondent. Major problem today is if researcher collect the information. Researcher, I'm not talking about only PhD research scholar or MP research scholar. I am talking about the researchers, those who are doing research in corporate as well. They collect the information and they share the information, they sell the information, data. So this should be just get productive. American Marketing Association also describe the researchers who collect information in specific reason why should not use that particular data for another purpose, another reason. This also American Marketing Association described and very strongly circular has been just given to all other countries to implement these particular things. And American Marketing Association also talked about there will be no international or deliberate misrepresentation of the data and methodology on the particular international platform. So what basically researchers don't do this. Not, and this is not only India, I am talking the whole world. Just recently I visited South Africa. Had get opportunity to interact some researchers doing research in Namibia University. I had been there in 3 years ago, just immediately before lockdown. So when I discuss the peoples in Namibia, researchers, so at least I also found some things are going wrong there. So this is not the problem of India. This is the problem of worlds where your information, your personal information has been getting sold out to other corporate. There's Google also doing the same thing. It is purely unethical, but through American Marketing Association, they try to protect this thing when you're talking about unethical business. Interviewers should not gather information for personal use or gain of a particular particular advantage of this. If any things are there, whatever you are collecting, you should not use the personal use. This is your academic use, corporate use, or other use of your particular business. And this is the other fifth one is that instruction and specification received from the particular supervisor, received from the authority, that should be strictly implemented while doing the particular research. So this is the basic things are there. Yes, I am skipping this slide. Already prepared shortage of time and directly coming to the main aspects what I want to discuss here. Now at present, when we are talking about the research, two things is very, very important. We have to understand as a researcher, either PhD research scholar, academicians, or any researcher in the particular corporate world, linearology and teleology. Two concepts is very much clear. We have to focus on individual rights as a researcher. And teleology, we should focus on trade-off between individual cost as well as group benefit. What are the costs of individual and what are the group of the benefit? The two terms is presently this particular on the particular recent trend on global issues. Two things are very burning. We have to understand this. And side by side, basically 5 things are there. One is sugging, fragging, and use of scholarship. Sugging and fragging. Sugging means selling under the guise of a service. This is illegal, purely illegal. When anyone is complaining against your research and you are selling the data and you are misusing the data, you have the particular, you will be under judicial things and you may be in the problem. So serving the data and information of the personal is very, very bad things. It is illegal and we have to avoid this as a researcher. Fragging means fundraising under the guise of survey, means whatever fund you are raising, that particular use only research. Very sorry to say, so many professors all over the country are getting funds to have research. In India, ICSR, UGC, other bodies are there funding your research. But even research scholars are getting the scholarship from UGC in India. How they are utilizing their fund, this is very, very important. So what fund has been allocated to your research, just have to fully utilize your particular fund. If any project has been granted to you, you have to very much, very holistic. You should be honestly use the particular fund, what fund you are getting. So this is very important things today you have to see, and you have to use the research scholarship. Those researchers are getting scholarship. As a supervisor and supervisor relations, I'm not getting it. This is up to you how you are maintaining your relation. Avoiding this. Coming back to here, monitoring skill as a supervisor. Role of supervisor in corporate, in academic as well. Their role, how do they motivate the researchers? If researcher is making any kinds of wrong things in the research, this is the you are the person you can do this. You have to motivate, you have to advise, you have to accelerate their success, you have to direct. Time to time, you have to give the support and you have to give the coaching as well, and you have to train your particular under supervisions, those who are working under you, and you have to always remind the goal of the researcher, what you have to do. So this is the basic thing. Mentoring is very, very important. Mentoring not in the side of a particular organization, corporate, individual, academics, not academics, wherever it is, just we have to go through that. So role of supervisor and role of student is very, very important. And this is I'm lifting on you, means you to the supervisor as well as the particular researchers, what your role is. Supervisor role is very, very important, and the role of the particular student is also very, very important. So at least you can understand your role, so you can proceed with. Further, I will conclude the things. If you think you might be doing something unethical in research, it probably unethical. Your heart will tell that if it is unethical, don't ask others whether this is unethical or not. Your heart is the best advisor. So this is the things, and always your holistic mind, your great mind discuss idea, average mind discuss event, and small mind discuss people. So with this view and this my versions, thank you so much, Dr. Aarti, Dr. Ravi sir, Modi sir, for inviting me here to share my view. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Surya Prakash. We had Dr. Surya Prakash as our keynote speaker from Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, New Delhi. Sir, it was very insightful. Lot of insights we got. We have been talking about ethics. We have been talking about ethical research. But these words were new for me and probably most of our participants. Sugging and frugging. These are the terms which have come up. And then the role of supervisor. How nicely you have said that the role of supervisor is not only to guide upon the topic, but to train the scholar, to celebrate the success of the scholar, to guide, to support, to direct. So nicely you have said that. And you have also given the 5 codes of ethics for research as mentioned by American Marketing Association. So that was very insightful, sir. That is really something good we have got to hear. And the best part I liked about your presentation is at the end, when you said that if you feel that something is unethical in the research, it probably is unethical, because the best benchmark is our own conscious, our own mind, our own heart. If we feel, even if we do not know the rules, if we are feeling, no, this is not right, so that means that is not right. Very nice, very beautiful presentation, sir. Thank you so much. And I wish to tell that it was such a pleasure meeting you in person in the month of January. You are very grounded, very down-to-earth person, and hope to meet you soon in person again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Surya Prakash, once again for sparing your precious time for this event. Thank you so much, sir. It was really a really wonderful speech by you. And now I would like to invite our third eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag. He is also from New Delhi. Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag, Associate Professor, is presently teaching economics in the Department of Economics, Motilal Nehru College, University of Delhi. He has been teaching microeconomics, macroeconomics, and Indian economic for last 17 years. His areas of interest are economics of child labor, poverty, unemployment, and socio-economic issues related to development. Dr. Nag has a good number of books and presentations on different issues in national and international seminars to his credit. We welcome you, sir. We are very grateful to have you in this international seminar. We wholeheartedly welcome you on behalf of Inspira Research Association and Kishangarh Group of College. Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag. Welcome, sir. Sir, please unmute. Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravikant, for such a nice introduction. Good afternoon, all. I'm very much thankful to the management and organizing committee, Kishangarh Group of Education, Alwar, and Inspira Research Association, Jaipur, Rajasthan, to have given me this opportunity to deliver a keynote speech in this international seminar. Dr. Ravikant Modi, General Secretary, Inspira Research Association. Patron, Dr. S.S. Modi. Chief guest, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta, former Ambassador of India, and the former member, Executive Board, UNESCO. Professor Anil Mehta, Professor of Management, Dr. Beatrice Lucia, additional chairperson, Dr. Ati Chopra, other academicians, dignitaries, and scholars, paper presenters, and other participants present on this platform. The speeches and keynotes delivered are really very much enriching, thought- thought-provoking, insightful, and full of information and knowledge. I feel very much privileged being on this platform in this international seminar. I will try to be brief to limit within the time assigned to me because the time is running out. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, in my keynote, I will speak on mapping India in the present world economic scenario. The topic on which I am going to speak is mapping India in the present world economic scenario. I will first highlight the present world economic conditions, in which I will give a brief description of some information related to the present global economic situation. Second, I will attempt to briefly discuss India's present economic conditions by comparing some global scenario. Third, I will try to explore some broad challenges that the Indian economy has to overcome in order to keep itself away from the global economic slowdown that is expected. The global economy, in course of achieving sustainable goals, has been struck by multiple shocks. The international agencies like United Nations, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund are of the view that the global economy is poised to experience economic recession and slowdown in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the consequent monetary policy responses to tackle the recessionary situation. The World Economic Situations and Prospects 2023, a report produced by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs in partnership with the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development and other 5 United Nations regional commissions, demonstrates a grim picture of the recessionary situations of the global economy. Since the announcements of COVID-19 in January 2020, pandemic disrupted production and supply chain, which led to surging inflationary situations with large-scale unemployment. Rising inflation weakened household and business spending and tapering demand for consumer goods. The pandemic still reverberating worldwide. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, which from from February 2022 has led to disruption of food and energy markets and escalation of food insecurity and malnutrition in many developing countries. Persistently high inflation, which averaged about 9% in 2022, has prompted aggressive monetary tightening in many developing countries. Uh, High inflation across the world has reduced real income, increasing cost of living, which is pushing millions into poverty and economic hardship, particularly for the most vulnerable groups. Persistently high inflation, which averaged about 9% in 2022, okay, has prompted aggressively monetary tightening in many developing and developed countries. Rapid interest rate hikes, particularly by the Federal Reserve in the United States of America, have had global spillover effects, triggering capital outflows and currency depreciations in developing countries, increasing balance of payment pressures and exacerbating debt sustainability risk. So financing conditions have tightened sharply amid high levels of private and public debt, pushing up debt serving costs, constraining fiscal space, and increasing sovereign credit risk. Rising interest rates and diminishing purchasing power have weakened consumer confidence and investors' sentiments, further clouding near-term growth prospects for the world economy. The global trade has softened due to tapering demand for consumer goods. And the global economic growth is being projected to come down to 1.9% in 2023 from 3% in 2022. The growth is again projected to reach 2.7% in 2024, but less than that of 2022. So now I'm going to discuss some, some of the, some conditions of Indian economy. The pandemic impacted Indian economy significantly in terms of contraction of GDP in financial year 2021, but the economy started to recover in financial year 2022, despite the Omicron wave of January 2022. Indian economy was not severely hit by the third wave as previously years where the pandemic did since its outbreak in January 2020. Now, the Indian economy has started recovering gradually from financial year 2022, positioning itself ahead of many nations. Agencies worldwide continue to project India as the fastest growing major economy at 6.5 to 7% in financial 2023. This optimistic growth forecast stem in part from the resilience of the Indian economy since in the rebound of private consumption, seamlessly replacing the exports stimuli as the leading driver of growth. The uptick in private consumption has also given a boost to production activity, resulting in an increase in capacity utilization across sectors. So this is something positive about the Indian economy. But there are many challenges that the Indian economy has to overcome so that it can face the economic slowdown and the recessionary situations that are expected uh, in the world economy. The challenges which India is facing now, the first one is poverty. Government has been providing food grains to nearly 80 crores of population of this country. The population which is larger than some of the populations uh, population of some of the countries. So the program called Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana offered free of cost an additional 5 kilogram of rice or wheat and 1 kilogram of pulse every month to people of the lower income group via the public distribution system. The second challenge that India is facing is India's unemployment problem. The India's unemployment rate has increased to 8.3% in the year 2022. This came as a shock to many and has been talked about all over the globe. The third most challenge is inequality. Uh, the Oxfam India's report on inequality in India released on Monday, uh, I think it is on 2021, finds that just 5% of Indians own more than 60% of the country's wealth, while the bottom 50% of the population possesses only 3% of the wealth. And the fourth challenge is in inflation. The country's retail inflation, which is measured by the Consumer Price Index, slipped 16-month low to 5.6%. So inflation, which eats all our income, and that is one of the major challenge. And the next thing is the next challenge is imports. The merchandise exports in March 2023 were 33.38 US dollar billion US billion US dollar as compared to 44.57 billion US dollar in March 2022. So merchandise imports in March 2023 were 58.11 US billion US dollar as compared to 63.09 billion US dollar in March 2022. So these are some of the challenges that India has to overcome by making some some effective economic policies and programs so that the expected the economic recession and the economic slowdown will not hit India much. So this is quite I decided to discuss in my keynotes. And thank you very much to the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity to deliver this keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag, sir, our keynote speaker, Associate Professor, Motilal Nehru College, University of Delhi, New Delhi. Sir, you have discussed about the almost all the aspects of challenges of global economy. Yesterday, our keynote speaker, Professor Suman Bhakri ma'am, she also talked about the challenges of global economy. And with the same thread, with the extension of what ma'am said yesterday, you have also discussed the global challenges which we are facing and how innovation is the key to solve all these challenges. Thank you so much for your insightful address. We are really grateful to having accepted our invitation to be a keynote speaker. Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bishnu, sir. Thank you so much. It was really a wonderful, insightful speech. And I must thanks to Dr. Ashok Kumar. He has also joined. I welcome you, Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir. He's my colleague. He's my friend also. He's assistant professor in Jain Anvas University, Jodhpur. And he introduced me to Dr. Vishnu Nag, sir. Yes. So I'm really thankful to Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir also. Thank you, sir.
So, Dr. Ashok Kumar has some gems and now he's bringing one by
yes,
one.
Yesterday our scholar. Yesterday, yes, Dr. Neelu ma'am.
Dr. Neelu Grover, she spoke very well.
She spoke very well. It was a wonderful speech by Dr. Neelu. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ashok, sir. Thank you. So, Professor Mehta, sir, it's time to start the presentations.
Yes.
So anything before starting the presentation, if you want to convey
Yes.
the participants.
Dr. Ravi, I just saw the list, and as far as the list is concerned, we are around 37 participants.
Yes, sir.
And my humble request to all the participants that they should be quite brief and concise in their presentation. The time allotted for each presentation will be of around 4 to 5 minutes maximum. What I suggest the participants that they may very safely skip the introductory part. They may start with the research methodology, particularly the objectives and the hypothesis and the research methodology, the other aspects. And they can present in very brief about their major conclusions. There are awards for the best paper presentation particularly. So of course, the research part, the paper part is important, but equally important is your presentation also. If you manage your time, that is 4 to 5 minutes, the way you deliver your quality of slides, so the content, your expression, your slides, and of course, the research, we will be evaluating on all these parameters. So please manage your time yourself. And I wish all the participants all the best before they start the presentation. So Dr. Ravi, we can start the presentations now.
Sure, sir, sure. So with the permission of our chairperson, Professor Anil Mehta, and additional chairperson, Madam Dr. Beatrice Bisotto, we are going to start the presentations.
If Dr. Bijotto has to comment something about the mode of presentation, Dr. Bijotto, you can also just guide the participants.
Yeah, if you guide the any participants regarding the presentations, Madam Bisotto, or should we start? Can we start the presentations?
Of course, sir.
Okay. So, and I request everyone to please write your serial number or your name in the chat box who are here for the presentations, and please log in with your registered name, please, so that I can recognize you. So the serial number 2 is here. Serial number 2, Dr. Ashutosh Birla, Assistant Professor, Geography, Government Girls College, Bundi, Rajasthan. So Dr. Ashutosh, please unmute. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Honorable eminent personalities and dear participants, a very warm greetings to all of you. I, Dr. Ashutosh Birla, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Government Girls College, Bundi, Rajasthan. Now I am presenting my research paper titled Geotourism, a new aspect of tourism, a case study of Rameshwar Mahadev, Bundi, Rajasthan. Sir, I share my screen. As the screen is visible, sir, kindly confirm.
It is visible,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
but keep it on full slide mode.
Yes, sir. Is it right, sir?
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
fine.
sir. Thank you. My research topic is geotourism, a new aspect of tourism, a case study of Rameshwar Mahadev, Bundi, Rajasthan. In the modern world, the tourism sector has gradually grown in importance with economy, which not only aids in boosting employment, but also encourages interaction and the comprehension of different ethnic cultures. The tourism sector currently offers a wide range of goods apart from historical tourism, including ecotourism, nature tourism, geotourism, and adventure tourism, etc. Travel preserves or improves a location of geographic character, including its environment, culture, aesthetic, history, and the health of its inhabitants is known as geotourism. It means geotourism focuses on both the where and the what place of destinations. Actually, most of tourism belongs to where places are, but the geotourism belongs to what places are in this sense. Geotourism, put simply, travel that is a link to geology and geomorphology. Bundi is a natural gift place due to the presence of a wide variety of geological phenomena and outcrops, including among other landforms, structure, residual hills, folding, faulting, waterfalls, and many more. Many areas of Bundi district presenting immediate parts for geotourism. Rameshwar Mahadev is a single of them. It is full of geographical and natural beauty. It is my objectives to research the geotourism and geoconservation concept in relation to the research region, to identify significant geofeatures in the research region, to determine the issues slowing the region's tourist growth, and to investigate the geotourism possibilities in the Bundi district and Rameshwar Mahadev. To advertise the Bundi districts and Rameshwar Mahadev's natural attractions. Research methodology is, the research is explanatory in nature as well as a descriptive, site visit, field work, conversations, with the stakeholders like hoteliers, tour guides, etc. And the documents of geofeatures using photography in the study area were all used in the explanatory research and produced the main data. The study and analysis of written material on geodiversity, geoheritage, geosites, geoparks, geoeducation, and geotourism were used for descriptive research. This is the key map of Rameshwar Mahadev area in Bundi district. It is located in the Akoda Gram Panchayat, Tehsil Hindoli region of Bundi between 25°31' north latitude and 75°41' east longitude. The Vindhyan range also passes through the region. The region has a semi-humid climate, 90% of yearly rainfalls between June and September, with an average annual rainfall is around 800 millimeters. Now, we are discuss about present status. India attracts visitors from all over the world with its natural beauty and cultural variety. So they can see its cultural heritage, historical sites, and incredible landforms. A number of states in India welcome visitors, but Rajasthan is a key travel location as it welcomes roughly 1 in 5 visitors to the country. According to the annual report of the Tourism Department of the Government of Rajasthan 2021, after the COVID pandemic, it is depends on COVID pandemic, Rajasthan, which is well known for its historical landmarks, vibrant festival and natural beauty, welcomed about 34,806 foreign and 21.98 lakh domestic tourists. The following years saw a gradual rise in this figure. Bundi is becoming a popular tourist destination in Rajasthan for both local and foreign visitors. The district's Rameshwar Mahadev provides immediate chance for geotourism due to existence of a wide variety of geological outcrops, fauna, flora, such as numerous landforms, residual hills, folding, faulting, waterfalls, and more. The distance between district offices and Rameshwar Mahadev is 16 kilometers. The area's topography and geographic surrounding have been altered by erosion, and these changes not only make the area more beautiful to look at, but also make it easier to learn about geography. The depression pool was created by the waterfalls, water cascading over the foundation rocks, following that the erosion and deposition process caused by the falling water from landscape. Geographical and natural splendor abound in this area. The main draw is water that is cascading from a height of 50 feet. The location is significant geographically because it contains layered rocks that stretch a considerable amount of time, as well as tight folds, open folds, synclines, anti-synclines, fault lines, and karst topography, means caves, stalagmite, stalactite, and cave pillars, etc. SWOT analysis. I put the research in SWOT analysis. Strength is this area is a popular geotourism location for natural lovers. The variety in this area is extensive. The location boasts a wide range of natural loveliness. Currently, this location has an excellent infrastructures. There is a significant.
Run the size fast now because of the time constraint.
Yes, sir. This is the most, these photographs show the geo features of the Rameshwar Mahadev. This is a waterfall, and second waterfall, and third waterfall. He has, has 7 waterfalls of different types and different patterns. These are the layered rocks. This is the example of stalactite and stalagmite and cave pillars, which is contribute to karst topographies, which is made by underground water in limestone areas. This is the fault line, and these examples are coming from belongs to faults. There are many places, many different faults has been shown in this area. It is very useful to understand what is geography and what is natural beauty.
Please conclude now.
Yes, sir. There are some weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. There are some suggestions. The district headquarters should have good road access to the tourist attractions, as well as inexpensive and environmentally responsible transportation option. The tourist agency should educate the tour guides on the structures and formation processes of these significant geofeatures found in and near Bundi, so that student can gain experience and practical knowledge of the various landforms created over the centuries. Various educational institutes to be invited to such locations for introductory tourist trip. Locals who live close to geotourism destinations should also be informed about how to preserve and keep the natural beauty of these places. In order for Bundi to become more than just a historical tourism destination, a district tourist map highlighting these geo attractions should be created. in order for visitors to historical sites to develop interest in the geo-object and reschedule their stay in Bundi, signage, and those sites
Thank
should
you,
also.
Mr. Birla, for a nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
A question to you that, as we all know that in order to promote the geotourism, Government of India has declared that 25 for 30, it is perhaps 34 or 35 places of tourism interest as a place for geotourism.
Geotourism, yes, sir.
Perhaps this Rameshwar Mandir is one of them. My question to you is that what is the involvement of Government of Rajasthan in promoting the geotourism at that Bundi district, in particularly for this temple, number one, and secondly, what is the role of local community? How much they are really involved in this geotourism there?
Sir,
Please
actually,
explain the question.
very frank to say that there are no pragmatic efforts
So that's a
by
big,
the government of Rajasthan to introduce and develop the geotourism in
that is
Rajasthan.
of my concern that Rajasthan government is doing not much for promoting geotourism.
Yes, sir. So
just that you have shown that they are beautiful and there are vast potentials for promoting this place as
yes, sir.
center of attraction there.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Birla, for a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, Dr. Ashutosh.
Yes,
It
sir.
was a nice presentation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is at serial number 4, Dr. Dhanya Deepta Panda from Odisha. Yes, please unmute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, please and continue.
Just a second. Sir. Let me share my slide. Is my slide visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Good evening, one and all present over here, respected delegates, and all my fellow participants. This is Dr. Dhyanadipta Panda, and my topic for today's presentation is role of AI in the enhancement of HRM. Not going upon the introduction in detail, just sum up in some words. Machine intelligence is the last invention that humanity will ever need. We know HRM field is one of the most important components in every industry and every organization. After the role of digitalization, when it was at the threshold of the industry, a term named as artificial intelligence came into existence. It was around 1956. This artificial intelligence did not only revolutionize the industrial core, but also played a main role in the development of HR. The main objectives of this presentation are AI and its relation with HRM, the applications of AI in HRM, and the future of AI in HRM. Moving on further, what is the relation of AI to HRM? HRM is closely related to AI. First of all, what is the role of HRM in any industry? HRM, first, going to the word HRM, that is human resource management, does not only deal with recruitment, onboarding, and various other components of an industry. It involves the overall supervising and overall management of the whole organization. A successful workplace is achieved by maintaining the workforce happiness and workplace happiness that is limited to 22%, according to studies, has now been increased to 53% in the major support of AI. This did not only increases the effectiveness at a particular workplace, but also changes a workforce or a group of employees into an asset of an organization. Moving on to the core part of my presentation, how HRM and how AI influence HRM. First of all, there are 3 different steps that HR perform in any industry. Maintenance of database of potential prospects and contacting, scheduling interviews, and personally looking into each candidate's background. These are the 3 basic things that we all know and are done before the recruiting process, before recruiting anyone into a workforce, may be any industry. Now, how does AI change this all? First of all, maintenance of database of potential prospects and contacting them individually. With the help of artificial intelligence, advanced chatbots are developed, which do not only shortlist the candidates, but also recommend them according to the seriological order. For a given instance, if you want someone who is good at, let's say in an IT industry, someone who is good with using computers, someone who has a background or someone who has a past with computer, it can shortlist it for us and reduce a major number of candidates who do not require to interview anyone. After the selection, the scheduling of interviews along with maintaining a smooth timeline. In any industry, we know work pressure. The term work pressure, how was it invented? because a large number of tasks need to be completed in a very short amount of time. According to adjusting of this timeline, we also need to schedule interviews in order to recruit more and more members so that organization keeps on developing. AI helps in automatic interview schedules, adjusting a timeline. As we know, for example, Google and Siri that we have in phone. These are just small methods. In huge industries, there are many other artificial intelligence delegates which not only help in scheduling everything, but also do not help in harming in any kind of time and a loss of any kind of resource or anything. Last but not the least, personally looking into each candidate's background check and analysis. No need to explain this step. We all know how important it is to look into someone's background before recruiting into a workforce. Because when we recruit someone, we do not only hire them to do the work. We accept them as a part of the organization in the overall development. So with the help of AI, computerized background check and efficient analysis of top prospects have been initialized, which save a lot amount of time and effort. Moving further, after this process of recruitment is over, there are two main processes that follow: the onboarding and the training process. The onboarding process, that is when an employee joins. With the help of AI, the onboarding process has been enhanced to such limits where motivation and inspiration, these two key terms which are required to work at any place, increase the workplace happiness and the workplace decorum, are done by AI. For example, by advanced tool, by advanced software, by an advanced internet connectivity. These not only help in increasing the mood of a workplace, increasing the effectiveness of a workplace, but also develop the grasp of development, made the personal development, made the personal growth, made the organization. Setup of device an essential asset required to start right away with utmost expertise, reducing delay time. Now moving on further, AI can show its measure in professional development and expertise the skills needed for specific jobs. Training or types of crash course or FDP that we all know, FDP types of different seminars and concerts. These not only develop an employee from the inside, but also provides external knowledge, which is help in every kind of development. AI helps in this development in a major way. The Zoom that we are now doing a seminar, it is a kind of AI. It is a kind of enhanced technological development that is help in contacting people from all around the world. Such high professional delegates, we are getting a chance to contact with them. We are getting a chance to talk with them, to present in front of them with the help of AI. This is a major development in the field of HR because HR is the core of any industry. Help in maintaining, help in doing everything and guidelining the whole industry. It is like a string that holds every corner of the industry into a perfect cube. Moving on further, what are the findings and the future? There are three main future of AI in HR. It helps in reducing the complex tasks and saving the time limit. Implementing AI in HR will not only increase productivity, but has potential to reduce operational cost and time spent in repetitive tasks and operations. It also boosts the overall experience for an employee, which will drive workplace happiness and retention rates forward. The use of advanced technology and artificial intelligence will continue to grow and improve.
Please conclude now.
Yes, sir. The next slide is only the conclusion. I would like to conclude by just one line. Machine intelligence is not only to help the industry, it is the key to predict the organizational future. With this, I conclude. Thank you, everyone.
Indeed, a good presentation, but only one comment that AI is a very good servant, but a very bad master.
Yes, absolutely agree.
You will agree with me, and AI
yes.
cannot substitute the one-to-one interaction, and sometimes in many areas where just a question to all the participants that suppose if you lose your debit card or credit card, and in that case, to whom you would like to interact with the machine or with a person in the bank?
Absolutely, sir. AI is just developed by humans.
If you have lost our debit card, to whom you would like to contact, machine or the human being?
Definitely humans.
Human. So that's the only observation. It's a good presentation, and you can carry on research on AI area, and particularly its implication in the field of HR. Thank you. Next presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next presenter, serial number 5, Dr. Deepti Bansal from Patiala, Punjab. Please unmute. Dr. Deepti Bansal.
Sir, did Dr. Deepti present yesterday also?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I
She has
presented yesterday also.
she
Good
has
evening.
given two
So
papers.
have you contributed 2 papers? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good
Yes,
evening to
Dr.
all. I am audible, sir.
Yes, please continue.
Yes,
Okay.
you are.
The topic of my presentation is role of startups in different sectors of Indian economy. Startup India scheme is a very important initiative to generate employment by encouraging innovative and entrepreneurial spirit in the country, especially among the youth. India being a developing country and is facing a number of problems in different sectors of economy, and startups are solving these problems by applying new technologies and innovations. Therefore, startups are revolutionary in nature. Nowadays, startups are working in almost all the sectors of Indian economy. The startups with the turnover more than $1 billion are called unicorns. In India, Flipkart, Oyo, Ola, Snapdeal, Paytm, Zomato, Swiggy, Quicker, Policy Bazaar are the recognized unicorns. The objectives of the study is to explore the current scenario of startups in Indian economy. And the second objective is to study the role of startups working in different sectors of Indian economy. The paper is mainly based on secondary data. The main findings of the study are the number of startups are increasing in all the parts of India, and the total number of registered startups are approximately 1,81,592. Maharashtra state is leading in terms of number of startups. 19.9% of the startups are concentrated in Maharashtra state, followed by Karnataka with 11.34%, and then Uttar Pradesh with 11.5% of the total startups. Approximately 4.7 lakh jobs are directly provided by the startups. Indian startup ecosystem is also catching up with the world. India has third largest startup ecosystem in the world after USA and China. Indian startup ecosystem ranked 20th in the world on the basis of startup evaluation based on different parameters in the year 2021. Bangalore City of India was ranked 10th among global cities having good startup ecosystems in the year 2021. Startups are working in different sectors of Indian economy, but the top leading sectors are enterprise tech, e-commerce, fintech, consumer services, health tech, media and entertainment, deep tech, ed tech, real estate tech, transport tech, and various other sectors. But 62% of the total startups are concentrated in 5 sectors of the Indian economy. These are enterprise tech, e-commerce, fintech, consumer services, and health tech. In the e-commerce sector, Flipkart, Snapdeal, Udaan are the well-known startups. In the fintech sector, Paytm, PhonePe, Policy Bazaar. In the consumer services sector, Swiggy, Zomato, grocers, Big Basket are known to all of us. Similarly, in transport tech sector, Ola, Vogo, Zuvar, and health tech sector, CureFit Pharmacy, Health, etc. are the well-known startups. Now, the conclusions are, startups are seen as nation builders as they create positive contribution to nation's economy. They are creating jobs and are increasing indigenous innovations. Startups are growing in all the states of India. Startups are expanding in almost all the sectors of Indian economy, but the growth of startups is regionally biased. Startups are concentrated mainly in tier 1 and tier 2 cities of India. Along with the regional biasness, startups are also sectorally biased. 91% of the startups are concentrated in 10 different sectors of Indian economy. But there is immense scope of expansion of the startups in different states and different sectors of India. Thank you.
Rightly pointed out, startups are engine for economic growth of the country, and particularly it is expected that in next 5 years, startups will be able to contribute 5% in the total GDP of the country. Startups are really very important role to play in terms of the employment generation, in terms of launching the new products, or in terms of boosting up the trades. And certainly the potentials for the startup is very bright in the country. but there is only one thread that as compared to the traditional business, establishing and running startup is a bit risky. You will agree with me. It was a nice presentation by you. Thank you. Next
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepti. The
Thank you,
next
sir.
presenter is serial number 6, Dr. Anuradha Dubey from VMOU Kota. Yes, Anuradha ji, please unmute.
Okay. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Sir, I'm just sharing my slides.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, my slides are visible now, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Anuradha Sharma Dubey from VMOU Kota, and the title of my topic is Cyanobacterial Diversity in Freshwater Bodies of Kota. So here I'm going to discuss about the cyanobacterial species of freshwater bodies of Kota. In this paper, I discussed 2 water bodies of Kota. First, I would like to mention about some aspects of cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria are generally known as blue-green algae, little plants, and halophyte and prokaryotic nature. But the important is these are first oxygenic photosynthetic organism that made our present environment so that we can live here. So in this aspect, we are going to different life forms of diversity of lives of cyanobacteria. In this present paper, we are going to discuss, as I mentioned, 2 freshwater bodies. First is Chambal River and second one is Kishore Sagar Pond. So freshwater body, Chambal River, used for industrial purpose, drinking purpose, recreational activity, and it is very
Your
rich in
slides
flora
are
and
not
fauna.
moving. Please move your slides.
Okay, I'm here, sir. These are I'm moving, but
Only your first
just a
slide
minute.
is- yeah,
Okay,
only where your
I'm
name
again
is.
going. Just a minute. Again, I'm trying to share.
Yes, yes, no problem.
Now, sir.
Yeah, it's visible, but please move the slides.
Now, sir.
No, only the first, only your topic slide is.
You can just click on the left side of where the
Yeah, click on the left side of the slide. Second number slide, third number slide.
It will scroll.
Yes, sir. I'm moving. I'm
No,
unable.
just
What
click.
is the problem?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay.
You have to click.
Sir, okay, sir. Now I'm running in this mode, not going to slideshow full screen mode.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Please.
So in this paper, we are going to discuss 2 freshwater bodies. First is the Chambal River and second is the Kishore Sagar Pond. So Chambal River water is mainly used for industrial purpose, drinking purpose, recreational activities, irrigation, and it is very rich in flora and fauna. And it is also used in electricity generation, as Kota Thermal Power Station is located on the left bank of Chambal River. The other one is the Kishore Sagar Pond. It is situated in the center of the city, and so many activities are performed around this pond. So in this paper, we collected some samples and we mentioned 3 sample collection sites on the Chambal River and 3 collection sites on Kishore Sagar Pond. So here I am mentioning these photographs of these. This is the first site of Kishore Sagar Pond. This is the second, and this is the third. And this is our first site of Chambal River. Second is KTPS, and third is the Choti Samaj Shiv Temple. Basically, it is a downstream in the downstream of Chambal River. So first we collected the sample in the morning hours in the 500 ml wide mouth plastic bottles, and we studied fresh and preserved for further examination in Lugol solution. We performed sedimentation method to concentrate the sample. For observation purpose, we prepared the slide, and these slides were observed in the Metzer Research Trinocular Microscope, and also we use imported camera MD500 for microphotography. For the identification, we take the help of available relevant literature, manuals, and monographs. These are the sample collection method, and this is our lab work. This is our microscope and camera. And the results of this study is these 14 genera of cyanobacteria were observed, and 9 genera of Kishore Sagar, 9 genera of cyanobacteria were observed in Kishore Sagar pond. These are photographs we have taken in our labs. Planktothrix screw-coccus, Merismopedia microcystis. This is Aphanocapsa, Anabina, Synechoccus oscillatoria, Gluyocapsa, and this is Spirulina, Synechoccystis, Cylindrospermum, nostoc, Lingvia, micro. There are so many microcystis species were found in the Kishore Sagar pond. Aphanocapsa again in pond, and Arthrospira. So I would like to conclude here that we found that the 14 genera, not species, in the Chambal River and 9 in the Kishore Sagar pond. So we also studied physico-chemical parameters of both the water bodies and found that the temperature of Chambal River was very high, maybe due to the heated water of thermal power plant at the KTPS site, and we found that the maximum cyanobacterial species were found there because literature said that the higher temperature favors the growth of cyanobacteria. So here we can conclude that the Chambal River received heated water of thermal and some anthropogenic activity also there in at the site 3. So it shows more number of genera as compared to Kishore Sagar pond. As I told that because high temperature favors the growth of cyanobacteria. In the Kishore Sagar pond, diversity study is showing that more pollution level was there, as so many microcystis species was found there, because this species shows that mainly there is the anthropogenic activities are more. So here I would like to mention that it need cleaned regularly for the purpose if we use its water for other activities also. Thank you so much.
Indeed, it was quite a technical paper. So my question to you, and for the benefit of the participants, that as a layman, those who are not from science stream, can you just throw light that what is the use of this cyber bacteria and how?
So cyanobacteria are the primitive plants, and these are the phytoplanktons. They generally found in the freshwater body, and some are also found in the marine water. And when the life begin in the 3.5 billion years ago, then only these organisms was helpful to fix the carbon dioxide the atmosphere. And they are the maximum photosynthesis. हम कहते हैं कि हमें ऑक्सीजन की नीड है, तो वो ये प्लांट्स हैं जो मैक्सिमम कंसंट्रेशन में परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं. So we require cyanobacteria in so many food and other purposes also, like spirulina is the nutri-food.
So they produce oxygen also?
Yes, yes. In very huge amount, they are assimilate the carbon dioxide and release oxygen.
So what is the status at the place where you carried this research at Kota?
Yes, sir.
Who did some work in the Kota itself, sir? At Kota?
Yes, sir. So basically, I am from Jaipur, Rajasthan University Department of Botany. My research work is from here, but on the spirulina. I am the student of Pushpa Srivastav, ma'am. And now I am settled in, my job is in VMOU, and after marriage, now I am settled in Kota. So I am doing research in Kota on freshwater bodies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anuradha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next presenter is at serial number 17, Ms. Shalini Saxena. It's a scholar from Bareilly. Yes, Shalini ji, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am sharing my screen now, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
One second. Good evening, everyone. My topic is addressing adolescent stress, anxiety, and depression, the importance of personal guidance. This is concerned with the emotional and social well-being, the sub-theme. And when we talk about NEP, they have especially focused on the need of a counselor for school students, whereas the need of personal guidance I found missing. Hence, there is a topic. And in this presentation, I would be covering what is personal guidance, the objectives of personal guidance, needs of personal guidance, process or the steps of personal guidance, and the takeaways of bibliography and bibliography. So let us understand what the personal guidance is. The purpose of personal guidance is to help the individual in his physical, emotional, social, moral, and spiritual development and adjustment. Taking all the such aspects into consideration, personal guidance may be found to cover all the problems and characteristics concerning development and adjustment of a person. As we see, our school students, the adolescents are dealing with so much, the biological changes, the social changes, the emotional changes. And when we talk about the guidance thing, we are limited to vocational or educational guidance. And the main aspect of the personality that need to develop, that is the emotional aspect, left out. And that is the reason we need to address what the personal guidance is. Hopkins says personal guidance is that guidance concerned with the problem of health, emotional adjustment, and social adjustment of an individual. It also includes his recreation and leisure time problems. Moving ahead, what are the main objectives of personal guidance? The major objectives I have mentioned out here. The first one is to help the individual understand himself, to aid the individual in resolving health-related issues. Of course, personal guidance involves the biological changes and adjustment issues. The third one is to aid the individual in acquiring appropriate habits, attitudes, interests, among other things. The next one is to make people aware of their challenges in life. Personal guidance helps individuals to deal every step of life. As they grow, they need personal guidance. Not even students, even we all need guidance at a particular point of time. Hence, it turns to be more important to understand this thing, that how it affects our personality and how it is important to develop and grow. The fourth one is to support the person in establishing a good attitude and a true sense of self, to raise public awareness of democratic features and principles. Personal guidance, it is highly beneficial to developing an integrated personality. It is important to develop the leisure time activities. It is important person to gain proper perspective on the world and social context. It is important to aid person in growing into a contributing community member, and to support the individual in acquiring leadership, and many more. Now we are talking about what are the needs of personal guidance. Why do we need it? We need personal guidance in so many areas. First one, intellectual and social expectations, where the very first thing we notice when a child grows, that he has development needs. He has emotional issues. When he is in adolescence, he has adjustment issues. He has to adjust with his parents, his family members, his peers, his teachers, and so many things. And he needs adequate personality evaluation, adequate adjustment. Hence, to address all these needs, we need personal guidance. He has social requirements, of course. When he's growing, he strongly wants to make his own social identity. He struggles with himself, he struggles with others, and to develop himself into a proper individual, he needs personal guidance. And of course, we see the complex nature of society. There are so many factors that affect an adolescent to grow. Of course, the changing family context. Earlier, we used to have joint families. Now we have nuclear families. All these things are affecting their development. The third one is educational requirements in primary stage, secondary stage, senior secondary stage, and university stage. Different requirements a child has, and to address all those requirements, we need personal guidance. Coming forward, there is the process and steps of personal guidance. How to provide personal guidance, or how to render personal guidance, that is the main point. The first thing we do while providing personal guidance is we collect the numerous information. We get the background information, the history, and all the data we collect. Second thing is we do is diagnosis, finding the root of the problem. What issue, what personal issue or emotional issue the individual is facing, we identify it on the basis of the data collected or the history of the student. The third thing we do is consider corrective actions, what we can do to provide the solution of the issue or the problem he is facing or she is facing. The fourth number is the rendering guidance, how we provide the guidance. And the fifth one is follow-up. eventually we check out the process or the procedure we have provided him, the solutions we have provided him, and to check if he is progressing or not, or if he need or she need another session of guidance. And here are a few takeaways from my side. That is, very first thing, it is very important to understand mental and emotional well-being. As we talk about the development or the growth or all the stuff of adults, and it is just limited to educational things. It is just limited to their career and education, all the stuff. But we miss out a very important part, that is their mental and emotional health, and which is very important to understand that mental and emotional health is equally important, or if we say it is more important. The second thing is make personal guidance an important aspect of overall development. The same thing I want to give, that personal guidance has not been an major aspect of guidance or the overall curriculum. When we see the new education policies, they have made mandatory that every school must have a counselor, whereas the counselor for career or educational health, but there's late has found that the personal aspect, the focus on personal aspect is missing. The third thing is steps taken in the area of personal guidance should be monitored. There are norms that every school must have a counselor, but there is no regulation to check out whether they have it or not. And when we talk about UP board schools, there's no such thing like guidance. There's nothing like guidance. And in CBSE schools, yes, few of them have guidance and counseling faculty, but when we talk about all the schools, or when we talk about generalization or make it mandatory, that thing is missing. The next point is equally important as educational or vocational guidance. Exactly, we miss out the personal aspect because it is always being a whispering topic. We never talk of emotional health. How are you feeling? If you are happy or unhappy or sad or depressed, these are the secondary things. The first thing that we are going to talk about always education or the career or the subjects we are going to opt. The next thing is proper implication of policies and plans that are present. Of course, we have so many plans. We have guidance and counseling cell. Even teachers are not aware of the guidance and counseling cell, schools and colleges. Parents are not aware if their child is facing any guidance requirement, require any guidance or counseling needs. If he's facing anything, parents are not aware the guidance and counseling still in schools. And obviously, teachers are not aware, parents are not aware, sometimes students are not aware because they don't know sometimes if they need any help, any emotional or mental help, they don't know where to go. There are some points are not able to be discussed with the parents, with the teachers, and at that point they need a counselor. And the last one is stress, anxiety, and depression should be addressed at initial stage by providing personal guidance. Yes, there are a lot of problems. There are a lot of personal problems, educational and emotional problems that are needed to be identified at their beginning so that they won't take much time to be cured. Here are a few references in bibliography and bibliography I have used. Thank you so much.
Indeed, a good presentation, and you have chosen a very good topic for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Adolescent guidance, particularly, is very important to overcome the stress-related problems. Adolescence is the age where the students, particularly, are facing many problems. The emotional problems, then the career-related problems, and then physical and mental problems also.
Yes.
And here, sometimes parents are finding it really difficult to provide the right kind of guidance. And that's why the role of a professional counselor is very, very important.
Yeah.
Still in our country, there's a dearth of good professional counselors. Of course, a few schools have their own counseling cells to guide students. But still, the need of this kind of counseling is not as felt in India as in developed countries. But it's time, because we are now finding that in this younger generation, there are many adolescent problems. And if guidance is provided at this stage, then certainly it will have a very positive impact to build their all-round positive personality and will be helpful to build their career and to face the challenges that the adolescents are facing. So it's a very good topic, and for youngsters particularly, it's a very good area to build their career also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next paper, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next presenter is at serial number 9, Dr. David Buhini, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Ghana, West Africa. So, sir, it is the beauty of the online platform that we can connect with any part of the country. Yesterday, Miss Achal joined from the USA also, and today from West Africa. Yes, please unmute Dr. David. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Please, can you hear me?
The voice is coming very slowly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I want to share my screen.
Keep your voice a little bit loud.
David, your voice is...
Hello. Is it audible now?
It is audible, but your voice is not there.
Okay. So
He has joined from West Africa, so maybe some...
Yeah, let me change my set. Maybe another person can present for now. Let me change my set, and then I'll come back after the next presentation. Is that okay? Let me change my set. I'll come back after the next presentation. Hello?
Yes. Dr. David, please carry on.
All right.
Though your voice is little low, but we can see your slides. So please carry on.
Yeah, hello. Hello?
Yes, Dr. David, please continue.
All right. So thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. David with University of Energy and Natural Resources, and I'll be presenting on the topic Human Capital Development Practices in India's IT industry. First of all, let me say that even though I am in Ghana, the paper is an Indian-based paper. The reason being that I did my master's and my PhD all in India. And so that is why I'm in Africa, but I'm doing a study in India. So human capital development refers to the activities that we do in order to enhance the benefit that we can get from human resources. So some of the activities that we can do to enhance the benefits we can get from the human being or human personality as a resource. There are several of them. We can have training, we can have, we've heard from the chairman for this occasion spoke about the fact that we need to develop the soft and technical skills of our employees. So human capital development is a creation of lifelong learning systems that provide opportunities and incentives for people to develop their competencies, skills, knowledge, and attitudes throughout their life for the sake of employment and the realization of their potential, as well as contribution to prosperous, innovative, and inclusive society. This is given by the European Training Foundation. Now, we have learned, taking excerpts from Professor Anil Mehta. He made mention of the fact that about 70% of graduates that graduate yearly from universities in India are most likely not employable. They are not employable, even though they have gone through the process of education and they have acquired a certificate. On the field of work, they are not employable. And so this tells us that, like he rightly said, talent is declining, that mediocrity can be taken as innovation if we are not careful. And so this tells us that even though we are churning out graduates, the number of people who enroll in our educational system keep increasing from year on year on. However, they are not able to perform as it is required of them on the field of work. And so there's a need for us to look at developing the human capital, developing the human resource by way of investing in them. So human capital development is an economic term. In the field of management, we know of the human resources. But when you go a step further to invest in a human being, that human being now becomes a human capital as compared to a human resource. And so this study focuses on developing the human capital in the Indian IT industry. That is to say that employees in the Indian IT industry. The Center for Research and Industrial Staff was formed to provide training and for the unemployed and employed, to provide by way of giving them computer skills or technical skills for the youth. So this was done by research by Palmer in 2008. So the Center for Research and Industrial Staff was formed to provide training for Indian youth. However, over the years, about 2 decades fast forward, the youth, so to speak, by way of graduates that are being churned out, are not able to translate the skills that they have learned in school on the job. And so we say that regardless of these efforts, the India's IT industry is faced with challenges such as challenges with talent management, poor labor quality, high attrition, employee ineffectiveness, etc. And these are some of the things that Professor Anil Mehta made mention in his submission as a chair. And so in line with this study looks at how we can address the issue of talent management, how we can address the issue of supply and demand imbalances with regards to what is required on the job field and what is available being channeled from the universities of India. So this study attempts to find a reliable response to the question, what are some of the human capital development practices in the Indian IT industry? What can we do in order to enhance about the talent of individuals that churn out from the graduates, that churn out from the university, as well as individuals already on the job field? What are the human capital development practices that we can identify amongst them so that we can improve upon the benefits we are getting from them? So this study took, this is a quantitative study. And so we had, the population was about 3,265 from 34 IT industries. Myself, I went to 5 cities in India when I was there pursuing my PhD. So the cities that the data was taken from in order to arrive at the findings for this study were from Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Mumbai, and Delhi. So I personally took train from Swat in Allahabad to all these cities, all these 5 cities, in order to take data. So about 81% filled the questionnaires that were sent out to them. Now let's look at what happened after receiving the responses from the respondents. So it appeared that by using factor analysis, based on some questions that were given out onto them, their responses was translated into factor analysis, and I got 7 main factors. Each of the 6 factors have variables that define the factor. So the first factor was management. The second factor was performance appraisal. The third factor was workplace management. The fourth factor was training. The fifth factor was self-organized learning.
Will you please conclude the presentation now?
Okay. So
Time is over.
all right. So the practices that the human development capital practices that was realized from the study were training, performance appraisal, self-organized learning, talent management, employee engagement, workplace health management in the phase post-COVID-19 is also a good factor that can enhance the development of personalities that work on the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. David.
Thank you. Indeed, IT industry is doing very good work as far as the human development, human capital is concerned. Leading IT companies are having their own training institutes. Infosys is one of them. And IT is a sector where the changes are taking place at a very fast pace, and there's a technological obsolescence also within 2-3 years. So it's very much essential to train and develop IT personnel on a regular, ongoing basis. Certainly, human capital is an intangible asset. And if the companies build a strong human capital, then it will be a very, very strong asset for the organization. I'm happy that you have done a good study in Indian IT industry, and your study is research based. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. David, once again. Thank you so much. The next presenter, serial number 12, Ankita, research scholar from Faridabad. Yes, Miss Ankita, please unmute.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, please continue.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Miss Ankita, I'll be presenting my research in today's seminar. Sir, if you can confirm my screen is visible to you all.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, I'll just play the slideshow. Good evening, everyone. My topic for today's presentation is an experimental investigation of the effect of nutra-ergonomic strategies on cardiac autonomic functions and eating behavior of computer professionals working in the night shift. Myself, Dr. Ankita, and my supervisor is Dr. M.R. Rizvi. So before going into the work I have done, I would like to bring your attention towards the need of night shifts in India. So many IT companies have clients who are working in not in the same time zone as we are. So night shift is becoming day by day more important, and the night shift, the people who are doing it have a negative impact on their health. This includes the disturbed sleep patterns, increased stress, and a higher risk of certain health condition. It is essential for all the night shift professionals to prioritize their health and well-being and to decide the work in the night shift. When I came to this particular study, we found that eating pattern for night shift visual display terminal users is disturbed as they have variation in lifestyle and dietary pattern. And this particular thing is coming from the quick modernization. And this is supported by expansion of event of degenerative diet regime related to illness and non-transmissible illness. So shift workers have changing hours, and due to these changing hours, they are not able to maintain a good variated diet duration and good nutrition. This is hard for them to keep up. The diet quality in night shift professionals, as seen by many researchers, have found that this particular diet quality in night shift professionals is not going up to the mark as it has to be. Next, we found out that there is disturbed cardiac autonomic function in night shift visual display terminal users, wherein they have an impact on their heart rate, blood pressure, and this particular system is leading to various cardiovascular diseases in night shift visual display terminal users. The major issue is due to disturbed circadian rhythm, and this is because the circadian rhythm is in turn causing the variability in heart rate and increasing in sympathetic activity, and it is further on increasing the cardiovascular diseases. The night shift workers are also facing the sleep disturbances. So if the sleep disturbances are there, this is again increasing the risk of cardiovascular diseases. So autonomic dysfunction is always related with heart rate variability. So cardiac autonomic function happens when heart muscles and blood vessels are injured, resulting in abnormal heart control and vascular dynamics. This manifests itself in a variety of ways like sinus tachycardia, increase in heart rate. A person can be myocardial ischemic. The person can get reduced heart rate variability. So these all things were happening in the night shift visual display terminal users. So what we did is we found out that we have to found a good strategy which can impact the cardiac autonomic function and eating attitude in night shift professionals. So we formulated these strategies known as neuroergonomic strategies. And the aim of this study was to investigate the effect of these strategies on cardiac autonomic function and eating attitude in night shift IT professionals. So my study design had two groups. These particular groups were of the people who are working in night shift from at least last 4 weeks and will be continuing the night shift for at least last weeks. And the duration of this study was 4 weeks. The inclusion criteria decided on these basis. The age taken was 20 to 35. The people from both the genders were included. The educational qualification must be the professional degree in engineering and computer science, because we took only IT professionals. The people who were working from past 6 months and last 4 weeks were only included. The subjects who are working in at least 6 hours in a day were included, and the people who are not, the subjects who are not performing any other exercise protocol in last 1 year and had willing to participation were included in this study. The people who have chronic illness, underwent major surgery, part-time workers, they are shift workers, have other major underlying diseases like cardiovascular impairments, and they are following any other customized diet patterns were excluded from my study. So the procedure involved taking the evaluation based on age, gender, height, weight, BMI, and then they were assessed for heart rate variability by using AD Instruments Power Lab, and cardiac function was assessed for heart rate and blood pressure. E26 was taken for measuring eating attitude. So this was how we recruited the people. On the basis of recruitment, they were divided. We took 60 subjects. They were divided into 3 groups. If they were not meeting the inclusion criteria, they were excluded. Then pre-intervention measure was taken. Then they were randomly random allocation was there in group A and B. Group A was there wherein we give the neuroergonomic strategies, and we took group B as control group, wherein we didn't give any these strategies. We just give them general advice to be active and to follow the regular diet plans. So these are the results. First, when we took the demographics, group A and group B doesn't have any significant difference in the age, height, weight, BMI, the duration of night shift in months, and average heart rate. So these p values are showing that there is no significant difference in these baseline categories. Then we took the heart rate variability. These all measurements are taken on the basis of regular recording of ECG, and the recording of ECG was done after finishing of the night shift. So these all parameters are showing that there is the difference in group A on maximum N to N, the parameter for maximum NN, wherein the p value is significant. The SSDN, where the p value is again significant, RMSSD, where p value is significant, and PNN50, and VLF, where the p values are significant for frequency changes in the heart rate variability. Wherein the group B, there is only 2 values which are significant. One is for SSDN and other is for LF and HF ratio. So this is the t-test what we did, and we found the p value in this manner. And when we found it for EAT26, it is shown that group A is showing significant difference in reduction of BMI and in the changes in eating attitude of the person as taken by E26, and group B is showing again significant difference, but not as greater as in group A for E26, but the BMI change was non-significant for group B. So the research, this particular research has shown that the night shift can have disturbed circadian rhythm, and it can further on affect their eating habits. It is important for night shift workers to prioritize their work schedule, to prioritize their health and well-being. Staying healthy is good, staying hydrated is good for them. And these all strategies, these all things are shown in the conclusion of this particular study. So it has shown that night shift worker can disturb circadian rhythm, leading to disturbed heart rate variability. And this can increase the psychological stress. If the heart rate variability can be controlled, and eating attitude can be controlled by the application of these particular strategies, this can lead to the conclusion that neuroergonomic strategies can improve the cardiac autonomic function and eating attitude of night shift professionals, which is an indicator of improved cardiovascular health in these professionals. I hope I have finished off the thing on time. Thank you so much, everyone.
It's a very good subject, because whether there should be night shift or not, it is not a question of debate, because it is now almost it's a compulsion that there's no choice that the employees will have to work in the night shift. But certainly there are biological effects of the night shift, as you have pointed out, and it leads to the various health-related problems, vaccinational diseases, then cardiac diseases also. So here, the most important thing is that those who are working in the night shift, and particularly for a fairly longer period, then what are the options available to them to keep themselves fit? So in your suggestion part, you can give more suggestions and the practical suggestions that even after working in the night shift, how they can keep themselves healthy and fit. So do you have any one or two good suggestions?
Sir, that is what the neuroergonomic strategies are. Neuroergonomic strategies are basically the implications of how they have to be active at their workstation, what they have to eat at their workstation, how much has to be the caffeine ratio in night shift. So those these strategies are basically divided into 8 subparts. I'll be sir, submitting these the whole thing into my full-length paper, what I'll be submitting to the journal. As the time was short, I have not shown those things over here. But yes, these all strategies are divided into 8 parts, wherein we have already given the work-based exercises, the caffeine ratio, the carbohydrates, hydration level, and we have monitored these all things. We have monitored the heart rate variability in 4 weeks. So there are changes, there are positive changes in heart rate variability, which is saying yes, if we are doing only a small change for night shift workers by giving them only the strategies what they have to follow at their workplace, that can improve their cardiovascular health. And of course, the eating attitude of these professionals also.
Certain steps are to be initiated by the management of the concerned companies, and equally important is that
yes, sir,
there is a need for education and training to the employees also working in the night shift, how they can keep themselves healthy and fit.
Yes, sir. Sir, that is what our aim is. We are trying to find out the same things, and so that these things will be applicable for the people who are working in night shift.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankita. It was really a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Nidhi Kulshestra. Dr. Nidhi, please mute. Dr. Nidhi.
Good evening, one and all.
Yeah, good evening.
Sharing my screen here.
Yeah.
I said good evening, rather I should say green evening, because my research area is related to green economy, green jobs. So my topic for today is women labor force participation in green jobs in India, challenges and prospects. India aims at achieving a zero carbon emission in 2070 at Glasgow, when they'll meet again. The nationally determined contribution includes new initiatives, renewable energy, green hydrogen as an alternative resource of energy. Now, for attaining these targets, women has to be a major source. Women should be provided employment more. There should be more jobs for women, because when women are taking care of the households, when women are at the bottom of all the three sectors majorly, the prospects available for women, unfortunately, related to green jobs is very, very low. My research methodology is descriptive. The objective of the study includes to study the involvement of women in green jobs, to study the challenges related to green jobs for women, to study the future prospects. Let us talk about the challenges. India has one of the, just a second. India has one of the lowest female labor force participation globally. We are just above the countries like Syria, Iran, West Bank, and Gaza. 95% of India's female workforce is engaged in the informal economy due to high levels of unpaid housework and lacking female education. Female enrollment in science, technology, engineering, and math, which we call as STEM, in engineering is as low as 8%, and women are less likely than men to enter and more likely to leave the STEM workforce. Decision-making in companies by senior managers and corporate executives is still largely left to men. Women make up only 15% of broad positions and 4% of CEOs globally. Women make up only 32% of the renewable energy workforce and represent only 23% of managers in water utilities. These gaps precede the hiring stage, with only 62% for every 100 women for every 100 men is considered to be a green talent. Well, I will not agree with this part, that women, only 62% women are called green talent. Rather, more than men, women should be known as green talent. But there is a labor supply and talent shortages, and the major impediments to achieve national decarbonization roadmap, which India has set. Demand for green talent is currently outstripping supply, with green jobs posting growing 8% since 2015, compared to just 6% growth in green talent. What are the future prospects? Let us discuss on that part. Companies with a more gender diverse workforce and leadership do better on risk management, innovation, and problem solving characteristics critical in combating the climate crisis. Recent evidence suggests that female employees and leaders are more willing to act on climate and more effective when given the opportunity to do so. In water utilities, greater gender diversity can help service providers improve customer satisfaction and community relations. In renewable energy, recruiting women can broaden the talent pipeline and address skill shortages, while also strengthening product and service design and delivery to women consumers, who are the key decision makers for household energy choices. In the agriculture sector, closing gender gaps in access to productive resources could increase farming yields by 20 to 30%, a key pillar to climate smart agriculture. Expanding women's meaningful employment opportunities also increase their adaptive capacity or ability to respond effectively to environmental and climatic changes. To realize these opportunities, investment in upskilling and reskilling, as told by you, sir, we need to upscale and rescale. So this is required for women in green sectors, and supporting the STEM to school to work transition must be prioritized. At the same time, employers must reduce barriers by re-examining hiring and retention practices, offering inclusive childcare services, addressing unconscious biases, and preventing workplace sexual harassment. Now, I have taken few initiatives by World Bank, which should be highlighted, where IFC Empowered Women Initiative work with hydropower companies in Nepal to identify women employment gaps, reduce gender bias violence, and advance women's position as employees and leaders in green jobs. The World Bank's Renew MENA aims to increase women economic participation in clean energy jobs, create better workplace conditions, and combat widespread gender stereotypes about women in STEM. There are also efforts to increase baseline data on women's representation in critical sectors, for example, in energy storage, where IFC worked with the Indian Energy Storage Alliance to collect data on women participation. Equal ENA create benchmark for women employment in the water sector. Thank you, sir.
My question to you is that which are the organizations in India who are doing some work in this field, or what are the government initiative in this regard in India? Are you aware of the Indian initiative in this regard by the corporate sector or by the government? As initiatives have been taken by the World Bank, but what about the government of India? Are they doing some work, or is there any policy or the corporate sector or the NGO who have taken some initiative in this green jobs for women? Okay, fine. Raviji, next paper, please.
So, Dr. Nidhi, have you done? Hello.
She has left now.
I think some voice problem was there.
My problem is there?
Yes, I think so. Anyways, next presenter, serial number 19, Prabhakara. Mr. Prabhakara S. He's a research scholar from IGNU. Please unmute. Mr. Prabhakara, are you there?
Yes, I am there.
Yeah, please continue.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Prabhakara, continue.
My slide is visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Myself, Prabhakar S. I'm currently working with Indian Institute of Banking and Finance as Joint Director. And recently I registered for a PhD in IGNU, New Delhi. And while exploring my topic for PhD, I was looking into the review of literature. This paper is based on the review of literature. The topic is performance evaluation of banks in India, a review of literature. A sound banking system is backbone of every economy. And after the introduction of financial sector reforms in 1991, the banking sector has changed a lot. And the last 3 decades, there has been transformation of functioning of banks, and there was a lot of challenges banks are facing: increased competition, digital transformation, deteriorating asset quality, implementation of Basel norms, requirement of capital infusion by government, and also the customers of branch has changed to customers of bank. All these has led to the emphasis on performance of banks has increased. The performance evaluation of banks in India has gained momentum. In this background, an attempt has been made to review the literature on performance of banks in India with a systematic review of literature. And I took the objective of this study as to examine the concept of performance and its measurement. What is that performance means and how it is measured. And second point is to identify the factors that affect the performance of banks in India. Thirdly, to identify the gaps found in the existing literature relating to performance of banks in India. The methodology adopted is, the scholarly research papers, articles were identified using Google Scholar by search, and keywords used or performance evaluation of banks and title, whatever title mentioned, the words were used. Performance evaluation of banks, public sector banks in India, performance evaluation of regional rural banks, RRBs, Grameen banks, all these things were used. And for 10 years period, I took the research papers from 2013 to 2022. And total research papers identified were 226. After using the inclusion and exclusion criteria for irrelevant articles, out of country articles, and other than bank prior to 2012, and review papers were excluded, and around 179 papers I excluded, and relevant papers 47 were reviewed. And the year-wise distribution of paper was made. In that 2016 there were 17 papers, and 2017 to 20 almost 5 papers were there each year, and remaining years almost 4 paper or 3 papers were there. Then looking into the empirical strategy and methodology used, the performance evaluation of RRBs concentrated on the banks in a particular state or region. Few studies exist in the literature which concentrate on efficiency of single bank, and this single bank as well as the particular state or region has a limitation in its findings, because the choice of the year or the bank in question makes the result accordingly. There are limited studies only which have been done on the primary data. And coming to the other banks, other than the RRBs, around 27% were on the comparison of private sector banks and public sector banks' performance. And there were 22% of the studies were on the only public sector performance were evaluated. Then distribution of papers on the performance of bank based on the technique of analysis. Primary data, there were only 4, means around 8.51%, and key performance indicator, there were 4%. Ratio analysis were used in the 17%. Data envelopment analysis 46%. Regression analysis 27% of papers were there. Then looking into the concept of performance is derived from the word performance, which means to render or to do. It compares the present achievement with that of the past in the context of whatever aims or goals, targets that were set by the management. And I also looked into the what are the terms used in the as regard the performance. In the literature, performance was used for performance, financial performance, operational performance, productivity, efficiency, like this. And financial performance were looked at from the deployment of resources and its utilization, like return on capital and employees used in the business operation and managerial effectiveness. Then also financial performance also measure the income, cost, profit earned during the financial year. And then from operational performance, the banks had the mainly 3 operations: deposit mobilization, credit deployment, and timely recovery of credit. From that angle, it was measured. And productivity, this concept is mainly used in the manufacturing sector, but in service sector also it is used for the assessment how the resources are utilized. And profitability is the most important factor. The financial performance, bank's profit, which is viewed as the composite index of level of efficiency, productivity, and cost effectiveness. The analysis of efficiency banks is the first step in understanding the bank's performance. Then also it uses the efficiency as weighted average of the weighted outputs to weighted inputs. And efficiency is also used to different concepts were used in terms of efficiency, technical efficiency, scale efficiency, pure technical efficiency, and again scale efficiency, again cost efficiency, allocative efficiency. All these were used in the literature. Then coming to the performance indicator measurement, return on asset and net interest margin are the 2 commonly used indicators of profitability. Most of the literature has used it. And another indicator used is the net profit, particularly in regression analysis. And then interest income and other income were also used.
Now.
And hello. Yeah.
Then.
Pardon?
Please.
The performance in respect of RRBs, they were evaluated not only based on the financial performance, but also from the point of the objective for which they were established. Like, what is the influence on poverty reduction and rural development? Then also the priority sector lending, loans to weaker section, agriculture finance, all these things were taken into account. Then these operational performance were measured in terms of deposit, credit deployment, CD ratio, and some of the studies were physics. Pardon?
Please conclude it.
Oh, okay, sir. Coming to the conclusion, most of the studies were conducted on secondary data for all RRBs in India and specific state, location, RRB specific time periods, and very few studies were included on primary data. There is a scope for cross-state analysis to explore the impact of second phase of amalgamation compared to the first phase. Most of the studies used the DAE and gives an intuition on the areas that need to be improved, but it lacks information on what are the ways in which the improvement needs to be done, and hence there is scope for future research using various other approaches. Means what I suggest is, along with the DAE, primary data analysis is done, then we can explore the how the performance can be improved. Very few studies attempted both constant returns to scale, variable returns to scale. Hence, hence future studies may be attempted using both method under DAE along with ratio analysis. Regression region-wise performance may be useful. There is scope for further research on various factors, that is customer satisfaction, learning, growth, interest rate, inflation, external factors such as gross domestic product, inflation, stock market capitalization, etc. The study can be extended to number of banks over a period of long period also. These are the conclusion, and some references I have given. Yeah, thank you.
Indeed, a very comprehensive presentation given by you. And one thing I would like to further add is that while appraising the performance or performance evaluation, we'll have to consider that from which perspective we are evaluating the performance, who are the stakeholders, because again, the parameter
basically
performance will be depending upon the stakeholder also. If you are appraising the performance from the perspective of the investor or from the perspective of the employees, the parameters will be quite different. Of course, most of the time we are appraising the performance from the perspective of the investors, that from the bankers' perspective only, and that is we are using the ratio analysis for that. But
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
When I while appraising the performance. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. When I looked at the review, two things come out from that. One is what you have suggested, that stakeholders, from the point of stakeholders, the performance evaluation has changed. Second thing is related to the methodology adopted. For example, in case of DEA, if they have used the production approach or intermediate approach, depending on that, what the indicator they used differed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Next presenter, serial number 20. Muhammad Baharul Islam from Raiganj University, West Bengal. Please unmute. Muhammad Islam. Yeah. Actually, there is some network problem at your end. The voice is not coming properly. The voice is not coming properly.
Is it on?
No, voice is not coming properly.
Raviji, serial number is what? What is serial number?
20, sir, 20.
Fine.
Hello, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah. Now it's audible.
Okay. Okay, sir. May I allow to share my screen, sir?
Yes, please.
My screen is visible, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's coming. No problem. You can start.
Good evening, chairperson, editor chairperson, and all the keynote speaker and participants. I am MD Tripura, Northeastern State. I am scholar department.
Mohammed Islam. Yes, Mohammed Islam ji, there is some network problem at your end. Your voice is not coming properly. You can move your slides. Our chairperson and co-chairperson will see the slides, and it will be deemed as presentation. There is no problem.
Just scroll your slides.
Okay.
Scroll your slides. Yes.
Introduction.
Scroll your slides. Actually, your voice is not coming.
The
Just
direct
scroll
results of the humankind.
Please scroll your slides. We are unable to listen to you.
Okay, sir, can we consider he will send the presentation
on
the mail ID, Mohammed Islam. You can send your PPT on my mail ID, on the mail ID, inspirawebinars@gmail.com. We will consider it as presentation. So there is no problem, don't worry. Actually, there is some network issue at your end. So you may send your presentation on the mail ID. So the next presenter is Father Beju Thomas. Father Beju Thomas from Coimbatore. Yes, Father Beju, please unmute. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My study is a study on the promotion and planning of teacher education policies in India. Father Beju Thomas, I'm a research scholar, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Education Institute, Coimbatore. Introduction. Teachers can develop to their maximum potential with the support of contemporary pre-service and in-service training programs. Teachers must take personal responsibility for the students' academic growth and classroom behavior if they are to achieve their goal of providing a high-quality education to all their students. As the education system evolves, so too must be teacher education program. Teacher education program is an Indian topic that needs to be addressed fairly. New approaches to teaching and learning, as well as global perspective on the state of the sector and its potential are needed. Teacher education program was established on transparency, equality, excellence, efficiency, and accountability principles. The program aspires to be cultivate equal, inclusive, and plural individuals who will be working to fulfill the promise of a more just and peaceful world as envisioned by the Constitution. Policies on teacher education in India. There can only be an effective education system with trained teachers. Education attainment can be influenced the future of an individual or a nation. Most people agree that schools and their staff are the bedrock of every civilized society. Education for pre-service teachers is a widespread issue in the profession. Before you can become a teacher, you must go over many challenges. As a result of the study, we must re-examine the quality of our education system. Teacher preparation must be reconsidered in the light of current education, delivery, and evaluation trends, all which call for a more inclusive models. Education Commission, 1966 to 67. The Education Commission was established by the Government of India resolution on July 14, 1964 to advise on the national education pattern and fundamental concept and techniques for education development at all academic levels and globally. Established on October 2, 1964, the Commission worked until June 29, 1966, when it submitted its final report to India's education minister for review. A thorough examination of Indian education system was delegated to it, and it accomplished this goal admirably. National Education Policy 1968. The Indian Government National Education Policy NEP, in the attempt to improve the quality and accessibility of education opportunity for all citizens. The policy covers both rural and urban region in India. NEP Policy 1986. Even though 1968 strategy goals has been met by 1986, there were still issues with the quality and accessibility. Even the aim of the 1968 plan had been accomplished by 1986, present policy execution would be had little impact. Since independence in 1947, India's public discussion had been affected by the secularism, communism, and equality. Additionally, the commercial sector was heavily present for the financial support. Program of Action 1992. The 1986 National Education Policy had to rewritten entirely. Studying and devising effective strategy for carrying out NEP 1986 was work set up by expert. Teaching talents were developed by the constant training, real-world situation during the placement as spokes by the...
Father, with a request to you, please conclude that time is over now.
Okay. National Curriculum Framework 2005. The National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education 2009. Then comes the National Education Policy 2020. The India's government unveiled National Education Policy in 2020 in July 2020, 35 years after the last policy was made public. The concept of National Education Policy 2020, a day-to-day execution of and by 2030, public universities and multidisciplinary college institutions will be able to use teacher education system, while multifunctional college and university will use the integrated teacher education program system. So I will come to the conclusion. Future educated idea of functioning, which will be vital to the classroom practice, study data, and theory will be shaped by the model and pedagogy employed to prepare them. Involving students in classroom setting from the outset of a teacher education program is possible through short-term employment and university school-led study. Establishing teacher education program and collaborative management of reform only guarantee to the effective introduction of major changes. Without intervention from special interests, fundamental strategies can improve education quality. There are education institutions whose stated goal is implemented accordingly models from outside world. Therefore, teachers in India should have a larger voice in promoting, organizing teacher education program for future teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Thank you. Number of policies that you have mentioned, I think in our country, as far as the education is concerned, it is not merely the policy, but effective implementation of the policy is more important. And secondly, still there are a number of problems as far as the teacher education is concerned, particularly their professional training, their career development, and particularly their work-life balance also. Number of problems.
Yes.
So there's a need to implement the policy effectively. Thank you. Next paper.
Thank you so much, Father Beju.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Participants, we are running now short of time, so I very humbly request all the participants to try to be as brief and concise as possible, maybe for 3.5 minutes.
Yes, yeah, because there are still so many presenters remaining. Yeah, the next presenter, serial number 22, Linda Sunil. Yeah, she's a student from ACS College of Engineering, Bangalore. Yes, please unmute.
Our serial number?
22. Yes, Linda ji, please.
Good evening, all. Yeah, continue. Okay, so my screen. Okay, so this is 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 my screen. Okay, so this Not sure.
Please show your presentation quickly.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's not visible.
Is my
Actually,
presentation?
again, there is a network issue from your side. Your network bandwidth is low. It is also showing. So you can give your oral presentation also, Miss Linda.
Oh, okay, okay, sir.
Because the screen is not coming.
Okay, so today my topic is traditional Indian medicine.
Are you there? Yeah, it's coming now. Please unmute. Please unmute, Miss Linda. Yeah, it's coming now. Yes, yes. It's visible. Please unmute yourself. Linda, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You are muted. Please unmute. Please unmute yourself. I think Mehta sir, she is not able to listen. She has already shown her slides.
Okay, please go to the next presenter, and if later on we can see her presentation.
Okay, sir. Yes, the serial number 28. Ms. Ramya S, Assistant Professor from St. Joseph College. Ramya, please unmute.
Hello, sir. Am I visible?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Is my screen visible?
No, it's not visible. It's not coming. Yeah, now it's coming. Now it's coming.
Hello, is it coming now?
It's coming.
It is not appearing still.
Is it visible now?
No, it is not coming.
Is it coming now?
No.
Okay, can I start my presentation?
Yeah,
Yes, you can start. It's visible now. You can start.
Okay. Good evening, sir. My topic of presentation is a study on customer perception towards OTT platform with special reference to Irinalakuda Municipality, Thrissur District, Kerala. The study is done to determine the preference towards OTT platforms of people in Irinalakuda locality. The objective of the study is to analyze the customer preference to OTT platforms, to identify the factors affecting customer choice to OTT platforms, and to identify the level of satisfaction of customers towards OTT platforms, and to analyze the problems while streaming OTT channels. Most of the respondents prefer to use OTT channels instead of cinema halls during the pandemic. People are highly satisfied with customized services available in OTT channels. Lockdown, anytime access, economic cost, variety contents, user-friendly services, and safety are factors influencing customer preference to OTT channels. The keywords are OTT platform and customer perception. These are some of the literature reviews collected for the study. The main objectives of the study are to study the customer preference for OTT platforms, to identify the factors influencing customer usage of OTT platforms, and to analyze the level of satisfaction of customer towards OTT platforms, and to identify the problems while using OTT channels. The research was descriptive, and the primary data and secondary data has been used for the study. The population of the study is the customers using OTT platform in Irinalakuda municipality, and the sample frame was selected wards in Mugudapuram Taluk, and sample unit is each customer in the sample frame. Size of the sample is 50, and the sampling technique used is convenient sampling, and the tools used for data analysis are percentage analysis, ranking method, and Likert scale. The findings of the study are 54% of respondents are between the age group of 20 to 40, and 4% of respondents are the age group of above 16. 46% of respondents are male, and 54% are female. 72% of the respondents have income less than rupees 1 lakh, and 8% of respondents have income above rupees 3 lakh. 90.9% of respondents are aware of OTT platforms, and 9.1% of respondents are not aware. 100% of respondents are OTT subscribers. 38% of the respondents are daily users of OTT platforms, and 28% of the people are monthly users of OTT platforms. 56% of the respondents are aware about OTT through their friends, and 2% of them are aware through magazines and newspapers. 62% of them prefer night for the consumption of OTT platforms, and 4% of respondents prefer morning time for consumption of OTT platforms. 50% of the respondents prefer watching movies in OTT platforms over cinema halls, and 50% prefer cinema halls for watching movies. 42% of the respondents prefer Netflix, and 2% of them prefer other applications like Woot, Sony Live for watching OTT contents. 54% of the respondents have currently subscribed to 0 to 1 channel, and 6% of them have currently subscribed to more than 3 channels. And 34% of the respondents agreed that OTT platforms are cheaper than traditional medium, and 20% of the respondents disagreed that OTT platforms are cheaper than traditional medium. 74% of them watch movies on OTT platforms. 86% of respondents agreed that there is increased use of OTT during lockdown period. 70% of the respondents are influenced by pandemic in their OTT usage. 42% of respondents lastly subscribed an OTT platform during pre-lockdown period, and 58% of the respondents lastly subscribed an OTT platform during post-lockdown period. 46% of the respondents have more than one paid online video subscription to meet the needs of different household members, and 24% of them have more than one paid online video subscription because respondents signed into a free trial and forgot to cancel it. 46% of them are satisfied with the use of OTT platforms, and 4% are highly dissatisfied. The majority of the respondents use laptop to watch OTT channels, and least preference was given to PC. The main factor influencing the usage of OTT platform is lockdown, and the least factor influencing usage of OTT platform is user-friendly services according to ranking method. And the main problem faced while using OTT platform is lack of big screen experience with a mean score of 3.78, and the least problem is that it lacks personal security and privacy with a mean score of 2.94. People are highly satisfied with the customized services of OTT platforms with a mean score of 4.04, and the least satisfaction is that they have cheaper rates for subscription. These are some of the suggestions. Provide better subscription plans and offer to the subscribers so that they would recommend it to others. Advertisements in between the shows should be minimized. It is the distraction for the continuation of the shows. Reduce the screen time of using OTT platforms and improve social life. This is the conclusion, and these are some of the references of my study. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a nice presentation based on your research. But in one line, if I ask you that what is the customer's perception as far as the OTT platform is concerned, what will be your
Yes, sir. Customers are highly preferring OTT platforms, especially during lockdown period. After lockdown, also they continue to use these OTT channels for watching instead of going to theaters.
And out of all the channels, perhaps Amazon Prime is the most popular one, is it not?
Yeah, yes, Netflix. Netflix.
Fine, thank you. Next presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The next presenter, serial number 31, Sakshi Vashisht, Assistant Professor from Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur. Yeah, please unmute. Please start.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me this great opportunity to present my research work. Is I am audible? Is I am audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So today I'm going to present my social legal study of matrimony and property rights system of Muslim women in India. I would like to introduce my topic as Indian Muslim women are governed by their personal laws or the Muslim personal laws, Shariat. The Muslim law is divided into two parts, that is Shariat and Sunnat, application 1937. The law related to inheritance among Muslims is derived from the religious scriptures, the Quran. All the personal laws are some origin, some sources, like Hindu law is developed from the sources, modern Hindu law and ancient Hindu law. Hindu law is divided into four parts, like Muslim personal law is divided into two parts, that is Sunnat and Shariat, that is derived from the Quran. In the absence of a will, the law of succession of Muslims shall be as per the Shariat. However, if the deceased has made a will, it shall follow the Indian Succession Act 1925 if the deceased had made a will. It shall follow the Indian Succession Act 1925 in the case of movable and immovable property, especially in West Bengal, Mumbai, and Madras jurisdiction. In the article, we are going to focus on the Muslim women's right to property. What are the rights of Muslim women in their inheritance, and what are the provision for succession especially for Muslim women. For this, we also need to understand some of the key characteristics of inheritance and succession laws and rules among the Muslims. First of all, I am going to Muslim inheritance law. Inheritance only after the death. Yeah, like inheritance prevail only after the death among Muslims. Only after the death of a person, the inheritance factor emerges. Treatment of the property of the deceased. Here we consider only the deceased person property. There is no distinction between movable and immovable properties, corporal or incorporeal property. All the deceased belongings are meant for inheritance. Volume of what is the volume of inheritance? Like what is the ratio which is divided into the dependents and women, like wife, daughter, and mother. The exact inheritance is determined only after the deceased debt, legal expenditure like will, etc. Funeral expenses are also considerable for inheritance. Nature of the property. The Muslim law does not distinguish between the self-acquired property and ancestral property. Both the treated equally are upon for inheritance for legal heirs among the Muslims. Property rights, inheritance is not a birthright. Like in Hindus, inheritance is a birthright, but in Muslims, inheritance is not a birthright. It is believed among Muslims that there can be no heir to a living person. In terms of inheritance, the property share of man is double to the share in comparison to the woman. Like woman receives meher at the time of marriage, but man is not received any kind of marriage. So that's why the double share man received in the inheritance. A childless Muslim widow is entitled to 1/4 because the 1/8 of the property ratio is divided into 1/8 divided into the deceased husband property. Other like children, grandchildren in between them. Muslim women can receive inheritance as a daughter, wives, mothers too. Muslim women and inheritance. What is the comparison between Muslim women and inheritance? Both man and woman are equal as per the law of inheritance, and there is no professional treatment imparted to either. According to the law, like according to the Muslim law, man have the responsibility to provide the.
Please conclude now. Time is over. Conclude.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude it.
Okay. I would like to conclude my research work here. The role of will in Muslim law is inheritance law, as a will is called wasiyat and it can be made in favor of anyone, but it should not give away more than 1/3 of the testator's property. Beyond this, the consent of the legal heir would be taken into account. Also note that in case of the wasiyat is made by a Muslim who has married under the Special Marriage Act 1954, the wasiyat will be regulated by the same Act 1925. If the testator was a Muslim when he creates the wasiyat but renounced Islam, thereafter was practicing in non-Islamic faith, or he converted his religion in another religion, his wasiyat will be remained valid. Now, a wasiyat may be oral or written, even made through the gestures in case of it has been made by an aligned person. So, will is considerable more to divide the property inheritance among the Muslim family members.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Finally, I would like to give sincerely thanks to entire team and convener of this international seminar and professional of Inspira for providing a great opportunity and platform to present my research work. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you so much.
It's good in Muslim law that the Muslim women can get the property from her parents. That is, the rights are available to the Muslim women also. And in Muslim law, daughters and women are educatedly given right. That's a good thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Next presenter, Senior 32, Sagarika TH. Sagarika, please unmute.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Please continue.
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing my screen.
Please share. You don't have much
Yes.
time.
So is it visible, sir?
No, it's not visible.
It's not. Is it visible, sir?
No, it's not visible. Only you are visible. Yes, now it's coming. Yes, please start. It's visible now.
So I have done the paperwork, and myself Sagarika, sir, and my paperwork is on role of artificial intelligence on medical surgery. And this is the abstract where we are going to tell that artificial intelligence is being stimulated on the intelligence processed by the process. We are seeing.
It's disappear.
Please start your presentation.
Sagarika ji. Sir, can we?
We can take the other presentation if it is not possible for her.
Yes, sir. Actually, there is something problem for her, sir.
Perhaps she is presenting from her mobile, so there is a difficulty.
Yes, she is presenting. She is unmute. Yes, please unmute yourself again. Sagarika ji, please.
You may present verbally also if it is not working.
Miss Sagarika, what happened? You were doing well, but it's your hard luck. No problem. You can send your PPT on the mail ID. We will consider
right now. Yeah.
We will consider its presentation. No problem. The next presenter, serial number 33, Usha Rani, Assistant Professor from Patiala, Punjab. Please unmute. Usha Rani. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
I am sharing my screen now.
Yeah. It is not coming, ma'am.
Ravi sir, Milanji has raised a hand. I suppose wants to speak something.
Just 2 minutes.
Milanji, you can write in the chat box. What do you want? Because your name is not in the list. It's not in the presenters list. If you are in the presenter list, please write your serial number in the chat box. Madam,
appearing, then you can.
Usha ji, please, you can continue with oral presentation. Otherwise, we have to take the next presenter.
Presentation, please.
You can give your oral presentation. There is no problem.
Yes, sir.
Please
Sir,
start.
I am going to deliver the presentation on the deblurring using reverse filtering techniques. That is a review paper. Images are the integral part of our life now. Blurring an image is a process that makes the image less sharp and distorts the detail of an image. The images got blurred due to atmospheric noise, improper setting of camera, relative motion between the camera and the scene. And deblurring is the process to recover the sharp image from the blurred image. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. Now we have types of blur. We have the Gaussian blur. Effect of this blur is produced through a Gaussian filter that follows a bell-shaped curve. The blurring is dense in the center and fluff at the edge side. Average blur can be scattered in a vertical and horizontal direction. The average filter used to remove this type of blur. Motion blur, we have the motion blur that can be caused by the relative motion between the camera and the scene during the exposure time. Defocus blur, that is caused by an optical imaging system. It is employed to blur a background and pop out the main object using large aperture lenses. Now we have the techniques, many techniques to deblur, but in this paper, I am discussing the reverse filtering techniques for the deblurring. In this, we have given an image filter and we have the blurred image. We can apply the filter on the blurred image as many times as we need, but we don't know the internal structure of the filter. So here filter is regarded as a black box. We cannot directly invert the picture. It is an iterative process. So in this we have mainly deblurring techniques, reverse filtering deblurring techniques. First, that is a zero order reverse filtering. Then rendition method we have. Then we have a total derivative approximation and the P method. Now, T method, that is the zero order reverse filtering. It is an iterative method based on the filtering effect, that is x is equal to x plus y minus fx. Then we have the R method, in rendition method, that is developed by the minimizing the cost function. It is also an iterative method based on the filtering effect. Then we have the TDA method. It is based on the local patch based minimization problem and solving it using gradient descent. The problem of unknown gradient due to the unknown filter is solved by using a total derivative based gradient approximation. The T method, that it is demonstrated that applying accelerated gradient descent lead to better image quality in smaller number of iterations. The TDA method achieves the best trade-off in terms of computation complexity and effectiveness. Then we have the P method. In P method, we have the image equal to x plus lambda into g by 2. So next, I have the result that I have shown on my screen.
Yeah, just conclude it.
Sir, but screen is not visible. These are the just pictures and the results. Then, sir, it is the end. Then.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your presentation also. You know that it's quite technical. So anyway, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next presenter, serial number 13, Dr. Meeta Garg. Dr. Meeta Garg. Dr. Meeta Gargal joined. Where is she? I think she has left.
Next presentation.
Next presenter, CNO 41, Dr. Sahira S. Patel. Please unmute, ma'am, Dr. Sahira.
Unmute kar. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Yes. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. I'm Dr. Shaira S. Patel, presenting my research paper on novel automatic touchless hand sanitizer dispenser. We know that during COVID pandemic situation, hand washing had received considerable attention to prevent spread of the disease or killing most germs and viruses. Hand sanitizer with alcohol helps in killing most of the germs present on hands. The fundamental problem is that we do the hand sanitization by the physical touch to the bottle or the container that we are using, but which does not serve the purpose because current evidence indicates that the COVID or any virus is transmitted through the contact. Therefore, use of automatic touchless hand sanitization is best solution for hand hygiene. In this context, we have developed automatic touchless hand sanitizer dispenser and automatic soap hand dispenser. The hardware and the components that we used for development of this product is microcontroller, that is ATMEC328P Nano, ultrasonic sensor, which is used to sense the position of the hand, power supply, which is used for the pumping arrangement and to drive the circuit of microcontroller. We have used some small discrete components, that is resistors, capacitors, diodes, LEDs, and transistors. We have used to drive the pump relay of 12 volt, and the buzzer is indicated when a person keeps hand below the nozzle. We are using Arduino IDE for the programming. So this is the hardware that we have used, ultrasonic sensor, that is SR04, which is having a trigger and the echo pin, the microcontroller nano board we are using for the programming, the diaphragm pump that we are using, and the nozzle and the fogger arrangement for spray of the liquid, that is the hand sanitization liquid. This is my complete circuit board, which is tested, which uses again the combination of all these hardware that I have shown you on the general purpose PCB, and the connections are made depending on the circuit. This is the block diagram of our product that we have developed. Microcontroller input is ultrasonic sensor and the level sensor. When we fill the bottle with the hand sanitizer, the level sensor will check the level, and if it is below the certain level, then it will give a signal that don't use the sanitizer. Ultrasonic sensor is used to sense the hand. Then accordingly the output, once the hand is disclosed and once it is detected, the output LED will be glow, indicating that yes, some position of the hand is there, which will drive the pump through the relay, and the pump will drive the bottle nozzle, and then the spray or the droplets will come into the hand. And this is a complete circuit diagram. We can see this is a microcontroller circuit here. Then on the left side, there is a power supply that we have designed, which is for the plus 12 volt and plus 5 volt. Plus 12 volt is used to drive the pump and the relay, and plus 5 volt is used to give the supply to the controller board. In the right side, we are using a bottle whose output is given to where the level sensor is used to identify the liquid level. This is the complete flow chart for the developed product. First, it will identify the pin connection. Then it will check for the liquid level, whether it is okay up to certain level or not. If it is okay, then it will indicate it will on the red LED on with the programming. Then it will identify whether any hand or object is detected. If yes, then it will give signal to the microcontroller. Otherwise, it will keep on going into the standby mode. Then if the hand is detected, then it will switch on the relay and the pump. Suitable time delay is given for 1 second, through which the liquid will be displaced on the hand through the nozzle and the fogger arrangement, where the small spray or the droplets will come. We have prepared the hand sanitizer according to the World Health Organization guidelines, where it includes, we have prepared 5 liter alcohol and sanitizer by using the combination of isopropyl alcohol, hydrogen peroxide.
Please conclude.
Okay, sir. So this is the front view. Actually, we have used the arrow system, waste arrow system. We have cut in a particular manner, and then we are using the waste arrow system. Left side is the front view, and the right side is the back view, where we are using a 750 ml bottle and the pump and the nozzle arrangement. This is the another view where we have increased the capacity of the bottle up to 1500 ml, where two bottles are connected in series. And on the left side, we can see the blue, where from the nozzle the droplet will come out. These are the different models that we have prepared for the same circuit. And left two are the prepared from the waste arrow system. Third one is the small single bottle where 5-volt pump is used, and the right side is the same design we have modified for the soap dispenser, where we can use the we can fill the automatic soap liquid into the bottle, and we can use in the toilet where no need of using this soap. These are the some videos I will play. So this is the model that we have used from the waste arrow system. The middle part of the waste arrow system, we have prepared the another model from this with the same circuit.
So I think now the time is almost
Okay,
over.
sir. Okay, sir. Only 1 minute. So this is the same design we have converted into the automatic soap dispenser, which we can use in the toilets. So this type of hand sanitizer dispenser can be widely used for hand hygiene purpose in public or the workplaces like colleges, universities, hospitals, banks, offices, shopping centers, police station, cafeteria, food zones, etc., where no need of having the personal or the individual contact to the bottle. Even one can also use it at the home. We have also prepared a small model for this, which we can use at our home. Conclusion: use of hand sanitizer at key locations, whether it is workplace, homes, or hospitals, is essential to fight against harmful bacteria and viruses, practically during COVID and similar pandemic situation. The developed hand sanitizer dispenser definitely fulfills the requirement of hand hygiene for personal safety. Since this is a non-contact dispensing, it prevents pathogen spreading, thus minimizing chances and risk emerging infectious diseases. It can be concluded here that the product has been successfully implemented and working well in our university and different places. We have filed for this product as a patent under the design registration category recently, and the file number is 339805. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes.
That people left.
Number 40, Wahidur Rahman. Yes, Wahidur, please unmute.
Yes, thank you, sir. The title of my paper is The Concern for Environment and Socio-Economic Equity in Dipesh Chakraborty's The Climate of History, 4th thesis. In this paper, I have analyzed and studied Dipesh Chakraborty's essay, The Climate of History, 4th thesis, to capture the expression of socio-economic equity and to get the idea of its demand for the protection of the environment. As a historian who has also made contributions to post-colonial theory and subaltern studies, Dipesh Chakraborty was born in Kolkata, India in 1948. He is regarded as one of the most influential social scientists for his enormous academic and popular contributions to the academia. He is also well known for his works contributions to the environment. Dipesh Chakraborty, in his essay, The Climate of History, 4th thesis, represents his argument in the form of 4th thesis. The debate on the demand for socio-economic equity comes with the question of responsibility of leading and accentuating the planet into that point where the shift from Holocene to the Anthropocene happens. The debate arises with the theory of human beings as the geological force and with the theory of the Anthropocene. Both in this theory hints at human activity as the central force to environmental changes. He talks of how humans have become geological agents from the biological agent. The burning of fossil fuels, emissions of greenhouse gases, or industrialization in general are some examples of this global anthropogenic activities of humans. Though this assumes humans as a collective force in this, it cannot be overlooked how the rich and poor or developing nations in general and how the rich and poor people in particular are not equally responsible if we think in terms of their activities. Chakraborty's response to this can be divided into two parts. In the first part, Chakraborty shows how the problem of this climate change is not entirely in parallel with the history of capitalism. In the beginning of this essay, he gives the example of Giovanni Arrighi's shift in tone from capitalism to the ecological limits to capitalism with reference to his two books between a span of a time, the long 20th century.
Yeah. Listen, please just conclude it. And since it's not possible that you present the full paper, just a major finding and conclusions. That's all.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, it would fall more heavily on poorer nations and on the poor of the rich nations. Some people would gain temporarily at the expense of others, but Chakraborty focuses more on the future consequences where no one could escape. According to him, the crisis of capitalism gives a lifeboat to the rich and privileged people, but the crisis of climate change would not. He brings forth the incidents of drought in Australia and fires in the wealthy neighborhoods of California to well establish his argument. Climate change affects all, but be it rich or be it poor, though they are not affected in the same way and intensity, but they are all affected in the crisis. Chakraborty ends the essay emphasizing the need of viewing this crisis as a shared sense of catastrophe and the universal crisis. He speaks for the collective human attempt to save the planet despite our differences, to save the environment and the planet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, serial number 30. Actually, she has left. Serial number 30. Shivangi Prabhat. Please unmute. Shivangi ji, please unmute. Assistant Professor, Bihar University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Thank you so much. Very good evening to all. I'm presenter number 30, Shivangi Prabhat, and my topic for presentation is a study on emotional maturity of teenage adolescents and girls. The scale of private school in urban area of Muzaffarpur, Bihar, and a sample of 20 boys and 120 girls aged 16 to 19 years were randomly selected without replacement for data. Emotional maturity scale by Dr. Tara Sabapati was used to assess the emotional maturity, and it contained 44 items across different dimensions such as self-knowledge, self-confidence, acceptance of reality, self-control, social adjustment, and consistency. Self-knowledge is awareness of one's own abilities. Self-confidence is ability to resolve one's own conflicts. Acceptance of reality is giving due consideration to the reality of situation and understand it in the light of social and cultural background. Self-control deals with controlling one's behavior in the approved. Social adjustment is the understanding of additional gap and overcoming it. And consistency is absence or lessened behavior. In all above parameters, boys were found to the findings of the research is as follows. In all the above parameters, boys were found to be more emotionally mature than girls, and the percentage of boys were generally above 75%, and was somewhere between 65 to 70% in the parameters. And as far as the overall emotional maturity score is concerned, boys were again on the higher side, which was above 75%, and girls were around 68.3%. So the conclusion is that the result focuses that in this era of gender equality, there is still evidence of gender disparity. Therefore, teachers, caretakers, and parents should try methods and techniques to talk to their adolescents and guide them to overcome stress, anxiety, and emotional turmoil, as adolescence is a period of stress and storm and heightened emotionality, especially the late adolescence, whereas adolescents are trying to overcome with terms to their personal needs, social needs, and career guidance. Therefore, this research focuses on providing, the result of the research focuses on providing guidance to teachers and parents to talk to their adolescents to so that their anxiety and emotionality is under control, as well as it also provide guidance to schools that there should be yoga and meditation classes, which will also improve their emotional well-being. Thank you so much.
Indeed, an interesting topic. We had earlier one paper also on this problem of stress and anxiety in adolescent, and this paper is quite similar to that.
Yes.
Somewhere you have mentioned that girls are having more emotional maturity than boys. Are there any data evidence for that?
So there was a research conducted by Dr. Lakshmi Rani, which was again a research conducted in Muzaffarpur. So in that research also it was found that girls were found to be less emotionally mature than boys, and the reason behind it may be that they are not, since Muzaffarpur is a small city and the attitude of parents is not that, they are not that broad-minded, and they don't keep boys and girls at a common parameter. So they are given less opportunity to put up their thoughts and emotions, and at times...
Listen, since the study was based on a small city, so the conclusion cannot be generalized in that case.
Sir, it was actually when the data collection was happening at that time also, I asked there were few questions on which I asked the students that why this has been answered and what is the possible reason behind it. So this is what they answered, that we are always expected to be good and good girls, and you have to be like, if there is a mistake, then the acceptance is less. No, and they are always instructed to be a good girl, be a good member of the society. So maybe just to
fine, very fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I think the last presenter, Dr. Balkar Singh, Punia. Please unmute Balkar ji. ग्रामीण विकास विभाग, इग्नू, न्यू दिल्ली. यस बलकार जी, नमस्कार. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही बलकार जी. बलकार जी, कनेक्टेड नहीं है आपकी आवाज. योर वॉइस इज, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. नो, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है बलकार. आप वहां देखिए, आपने कनेक्ट कर रखा है क्या जूम से वॉइस को? नहीं, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, बिल्कुल भी नहीं आ रही है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है, बिल्कुल नहीं आ रही.
आप वहां चेक करिए, उधर कोई. हाँ, अब आ रही है.
चलो सर, मैं बगैर स्पीकर के पढ़ देता हूँ.
हाँ, अब आ रही है सर, अब आ रही है.
सभी को नमस्ते.
नमस्कार.
मैं डॉक्टर बलकार सिंह, सहायकाचार्य, इग्नू, न्यू दिल्ली. मेरा जो टॉपिक है महिला उद्यमिता और नवाचार के अवसरों चुनौतियां, मैं इसमें मुख्य बातें ही आपको पढ़ के सुनाऊंगा. उद्यमिता आर्थिक वृद्धि और विकास का महत्वपूर्ण इंजन है. महिला उद्यमिता इसका एक अनिवार्य घटक है. महिला उद्यमिताओं को विभिन्न चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ता है, जैसे वित्त, शिक्षा, नेटवर्किंग, अवसरों और सामाजिक प्रवृत्तियों तक की पहुंच की कमी. हालांकि उन्होंने अद्वितीय व्यवसायिक समाधान खोजने और बनाने की अपनी क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया है. नवाचार भी उद्यमिता का एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है, क्योंकि यह उद्यमियों को बाजार में नए अनूठे उत्पादों या सेवाओं को लाकर मूल्य बनाने में सक्षम बनाता है. बाद में महिला उद्यमी सफल व्यवसाय बनाने और अर्थव्यवस्था में योगदान देने के लिए नवाचार का अतिशय उपयोग कर रही है. हालांकि बाद में महिला उद्यमिता और नवाचार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किए गए महत्वपूर्ण कदमों के बावजूद अभी भी एक लंबा रास्ता तय करना है. महिला उद्यमियों को विभिन्न चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ता है, जैसे धन की कमी, अपर्याप्त निधि समर्थन, सामाजिक पूर्वाग्रह, सांस्कृतिक बाधाएं. ये चुनौतियां अक्सर सफल व्यवसाय को शुरू करने और विकसित करने की क्षमता में बाधा डालती है. बाद में महिला उद्यमिता की वर्तमान स्थिति पर चर्चा करेंगे. बाद में महिला उद्यमिता हाल के वर्षों में लगातार बढ़ी है. हालांकि लैंगिक समानता हासिल करने के लिए लंबा रास्ता तय करना है. यदि डाटा की बात करें, 2005 में 13% 76% था महिला उद्यमिता का हिस्सा और 2016 में बढ़कर 20% ये इसका उद्यमिता के अंदर हिस्सा हो गया है। हालांकि विभिन्न राज्यों और क्षेत्रों में महिला उद्यमिता में महत्वपूर्ण असमानताएं हैं। उदाहरण की बात करें, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, राजस्थान के उत्तरी राज्यों की तुलना में तमिलनाडु, केरल, कर्नाटक के दक्षिणी राज्यों में महिला उद्यमिता स्तर ऊंचा है। इसमें महिला उद्यमिता खाद्य प्रसंस्करण, कपड़ा और हैंडीक्राफ्ट जैसे क्षेत्रों में अधिक प्रचलित है और उस तकनीक वाले उद्योगों में कम प्रचलित है। यदि महिला उद्यमिता के अवसर की बात करें, महिला उद्यमिता और नवाचार आर्थिक विकास, सामाजिक प्रगति, सशक्तिकरण के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अवसर प्रस्तुत करते हैं। कार्यबल में महिलाओं की बढ़ती भागीदारी के साथ महिला उद्यमी को अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास में योगदान देने के समर्थन और प्रोत्साहित करने की आवश्यकता बढ़ रही है। हालांकि हाल के वर्षों में उद्यमिता में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है। प्रौद्योगिकी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य देखभाल, विनिर्माण जैसे क्षेत्रों में महिला उद्यमिता उभरी है तो नवोन्मेषी विचारों, व्यावसायिक नीतियों, नेटवर्क की असाधारण कौशल दिखाया है।
कृपया निष्कर्ष बता दें सर।
बस अभी 1 मिनट। उद्यमिता नवाचार के माध्यम से महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाने को सुझाव, टाइटल बोलूंगा सर, वित्त पहुंच, कौशल विकास प्रशिक्षण, नेटवर्किंग के अवसर, प्रौद्योगिकी नवाचार, निकट समर्थन, जागरूकता, बाजारों तक पहुंच और महिला उद्यमिता को सशक्त बनाने के लिए कुछ सरकारी योजनाएं हैं। स्टार्टअप इंडिया, अन्नपूर्ण योजना, महिला उद्यम योजना, महिला कारगर योजना, मुद्रा योजना, महिला नवप्रवर्तक योजना। और निष्कर्ष की बात करें अंत में, महिला उद्यमिता के नवाचार और आर्थिक विकास के लिए एक शक्तिशाली होने की क्षमता है। महिलाओं के पास अद्वितीय दृष्टिकोण, अनुभव होते हैं जो बाजार में नए विचार, समाधान ला सकते हैं। हालांकि महिला उद्यमिता को पूर्वाग्रह, धन संसाधनों तक सीमित पहुंच, सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक बाधाओं सहित बहुत चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। फिर भी महिला उद्यमिता के लिए बहुत बड़ा नवाचार का अवसर है। एक ऐसा क्षेत्र जिसमें महिला उस निर्णय लेने में सक्षम होती है, अपने क्षमताओं का उपयोग करके नए व्यवसाय को निर्माण और समाज के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे सकती है। महिला उद्यमिता की पूरी क्षमता को अनलॉक करने के लिए चुनौतियों का समाधान करना और महिलाओं के लिए अपना व्यवसाय शुरू करने और बढ़ाने के लिए अवसर पैदा करना महत्वपूर्ण है। इसमें महिलाओं के नेतृत्व वाले उद्यम में निवेश करना, मेंटरशिप, नेटवर्किंग अवसर प्रदान करना और कार्यस्थल में विविधता और समावेश देना शामिल है।
समाप्त हो चुका है।
लाइन महिलाओं के लिए विभिन्न समूह, विकलांग महिला शामिल है के सामने अनेक वाली अंतर्विरोध चुनौतियों का पहचानना महत्वपूर्ण है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान करके और अधिक समावेशी उद्यमशीलता परिस्थितिक तंत्र को बढ़ावा देकर महिला उद्यमिता को पूरी क्षमता को अनलॉक करने।
धन्यवाद सर, क्योंकि समय समाप्त हो गया है। विषय आपका बड़ा अच्छा है, बहुत व्यापक विषय है।
धन्यवाद
व्यापक विषय पर
के लिए। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू बलकार जी, थैंक यू बलकार जी, बहुत ही अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था। थैंक यू। So I think, sir, today also all the presentations were really wonderful, and I think we have done all the presentation for today's session. Is still anyone left? They can still write in the chat box. You have 10 seconds, so I can call you. I think we have done all the presentation. From my side, I have done all the presentations. So I request Professor Mehta sir, Professor Anil Mehta, Vice President, Inspire Research Association and today's chairperson of this technical session, to give your fruitful remarks for today's presentation.
Today's session was quite fruitful for all of us because participants have given us opportunity to learn on variety of subjects containing psychology, science, management and commerce, sociology as well. The strong part was that participants prepared the papers on some of the important areas where less researches have been carried. Of course, some of the papers were quite technical one because of they belong to the science stream, but still we got a good insight about their respective areas. Most of the papers that were presented today were descriptive in nature, and very few papers were research-based. One point where we should focus more on that the title of the research paper. In fact, the title should not be very general in case of the paper presentation. It should be bit specific, because there is always a limitation of the time. Each and every aspect cannot be covered. Secondly, in most of the papers, I found that the presenters have not clearly defined the objectives of that particular research. They could have incorporated one or two objectives, and then the entire focus of that paper should be based on these objectives. In that case, perhaps they could have done more justice with their respective papers, and then could have concluded the paper very well. To my surprise today, I found that in most of the research papers, research methodology was not included. The reason was quite clear, that most of the papers were descriptive in nature. But overall, good presentations. Participants really worked very hard to prepare their papers. But now it's time that they should focus more on contemporary issues. Papers should be more research-based instead of descriptive. And during the presentation, they should always keep it in mind that paper should be well structured, and they should be able to cover all the aspects in a reasonable the time that has been allotted to them, that is maybe 3 minutes and 4 minutes. They have to be a bit flexible. But I congratulate each and every participant for their valued contribution, and certainly I wish that this particular conference will further motivate them to participate and write papers on wide variety of subjects besides their area of specialization or their area of PhD. So congratulations to all the participants from my side.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta sir, for your fruitful remarks. I would like to listen to Professor N.D. Mathur sir also. We missed the remarks of Professor N.D. Mathur sir yesterday. Sir, if you would like to say something about today's and yesterday's papers, presentations.
Yes, we missed Dr. Mathur yesterday and his valuable remarks, because he has a very rich exposure of chairing seminars and conferences throughout the country.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you. I'm listening to various paper presenters right from 4 o'clock, keeping my eye on that. Yesterday, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, I have seen many papers, and today also I have heard them. Now, most of the papers, they lack the methodology. If they have done review of literature, they have not identified the research gap. The purpose of doing the review of literature is identifying the research gap, but they forget to identify the research gap. And even you see the titles can be corrected, because many titles are not the correct titles. Then after identifying the research gap, there should be objectives, there should be hypothesis, every objective should be accompanied with the hypothesis. But the objectives were many, but they were not accompanied with the hypothesis. Whether it is a null hypothesis or it is an alternative hypothesis, but it must be accompanied with that. They were not accompanied with that. then whatever conclusions they have drawn on the basis of their ANOVA or the tools they have used or the research design they have made, these tools and whatever results have been obtained by these tools, the conclusion, objective, hypothesis and tools, they should match. There is unmatching of this. There is unmatching is found. They are not matching. The conclusions are not matching with the kind of results they are getting with their tables, with their ANOVA, with their tools. This matching is missing somewhere. These were the lacks in the paper, but overall, the presenters of today, the researchers of today, they are doing very hard work and they are coming with better topics. They are coming with insight. They are coming with better research methodology as our time, because we people, we were at the age when there were only calculators, not the computers, not the SPSS. So it's a better time for doing the research, and this is the researcher's boon. Then I also emphasize on this that if you are doing publication, then publication must accompanied with the patent registration. That whatever conclusions you have drawn, they should be patented. So the first step is publication. Second step is patent registration. And then if you can make any solution out of it, the third step is product. So patent, the publication to patent to product, that is the process. And that process, वो आपकी रिसर्च को मुकाम तक ले जाता है, वो आपकी रिसर्च को ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाता है, the product तक आप solution तक पहुंच जाते हैं. So you must reach up to solution. You have presented the paper, that is not all. You have not just published the paper, it's not all. It must be followed with patent registration or copyright registration, and then making any solution or a product. As you know, the L.R. Khatri Sahab was the accounting professor, and he published papers on accounting. Then he made a registered software, which was copyright registration of income tax. And that software was used by, there was commercial applicability by the chartered accountants in fulfilling the income tax files of the people. So it must go up to that level. Then the research gets completed. This is my summation. I would say that Mehta Sahab has done a lot. Even yesterday also he did half of my work. So I'm extremely thankful to him. Me and Mehta Sahab both are competitive collaborators. From last many years, from last 40 years, we are competitive collaborators. So he's a good friend of mine, and I have learned from him many things, that when to collaborate and when to compete. And when there is conflict, how to resolve that conflict. I have learned a lot from him. Inspira is doing very well. I would say that Inspira is emerging as a university in the air. It is emerging as a university in the air. As we are sitting at various places, but with clouds we are meeting. So Inspira is doing this possible for us. So I would say that Inspira is a university in the air, and in times to come, I believe that this will convert into a digital university, and it will be registered as a digital university. So for Modi's work, I would say कि हर सहरा में फूल खिलाना सबके बस की बात नहीं, और हर सच्चाई को जुटलाना सबके बस की बात नहीं. कोशिश है, कोशिश में कमी भी रह सकती है, पर ऐसी कोशिश भी कर पाना सबके बस की बात नहीं. Today I was impressed by the keynote address of Beatrice Lucia. When Beatrice Lucia talked about humanities, because I am Dean Humanities at JECRC Universities, and she very beautifully explained why the humanities is important nowadays. And why? Because a science laboratory and any innovation, scientific innovation is useless until there is human element in it. And unless, because there is death of discipline now. Disciplines are disappearing. It is collaboration among the disciplines which will emerge now, and that is why the degrees like liberal arts are emerging. That is why the NEP 2020 talks about the choice-based learning, and that is why we talk about in NEP 2020, engineering or humanities or science, they are all merged. An engineering student can take music, a music student can take physics. This distance or this gap is disappearing now. So I was so happy by the Beatrice Lucia's keynote address that she has raised a good cause, and I'm with the cause. I'm with her cause, which she is deliberating upon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you so much, Professor Andy Mathur, sir. And we all are lucky. The participants are very lucky to listen the remarks of the great academicians like you, Professor Mathur, sir, Professor Mehta, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings. And now I would like to request our additional chairperson of today's session, Beatrice Lucia, ma'am, if you want to give any remarks to the presenters.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ravi. I would like to congratulate all the participants who presented their articles, and to say that in every conference of Inspira, we can see that it's possible to see the evolution of the participants and the improvement of the content of the articles that they show here. The presentations are getting better and better, all the conference I participate. But I really think, as my colleagues already said, they could be a little bit more objective in their presentations. But in general, are great topics and very relevant issues. I would like to say something related to that too, that I have some inquiries, which are the existence of digital information and communication technologies in various fields, including education, provides changes and influence on people's daily life, such as behavior, work, interpersonal relationships, and communication and learning. In view of this, the aim is to reflect on the effective use of digital information and communication technologies in education. In these technologies, and imagine other ways of education from the perspective of hack education. Regarding to the amendments and impacts of technology in people's daily lives, and in different areas of society, digital information and communication technologies are part of a new technical paradigm. This paradigm has revised social practices, especially in the early years of the 21st century, in the ways of teaching and learning. How to understand the impact of digital technology on education according to the extensive aspect of the role of technology in contemporary society, in the contemporary society. In this process, it is very important to consider how digital technology is used in the educational environment, because we still witness that they are used as auxiliary, additional, supplementary, and encouraged tools for traditional education of teaching solutions. Therefore, whenever we consider technology in the classroom, we must question whether it is used as an accessory or an effective part of the learning process. It is focused on the information dissemination or collective knowledge creation. So this is something just for us to think a little bit. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate. Thank you to all my colleagues and organizers here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Beatrice Lucia, for your wonderful remarks to all the presenters. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. Thank you. And now, before announcement of Best Paper Presentation Awards, I would like to request all of you to please on your videos so that we can take some screenshots, because later on we will share in the social media also. So I request all of you to please keep your video on, at least in this valedictory session. So Aarti ma'am, It's your time now.
Yes, sir.
I would like to
Yes,
request
sir.
you to please announce 6 best paper presentation awards for technical session day 1, that is yesterday's session, because we give 2 awards on each positions. And please make sure that this is the best paper presentation award, not best paper award. So those who presented the paper, they will get the award only. Their co-author don't get the awards. So Aarti ma'am, please continue.
Perfect, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the most beautiful responsibility of the whole
Yes.
program. I really love it because, the most beautiful responsibility, sir always gives it to me. And I really feel delighted because when I announce the names, I see a lot of smile on the faces and I really love it. So first of all, although Professor Mehta and Professor Mathur, along with Madam Beatrice Lucia, they have already told you, but still I'll be repeating the same thread that we had the participants from across the globe. We have seen the participants from every state, almost every state of India. And not only that, we had participants from USA and Africa also. So the participants were also from all across the globe, and the topics were also versatile, right from chemistry to physics to social sciences, humanities, languages, literature, management, commerce, everything, every topic we had covered. And in true sense, this word multidisciplinary is actually, showcasing in Inspira conferences, because these are actually multidisciplinary conferences. All the papers were very good. It becomes a very difficult duty for the jury to select the best papers. But as Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi said, that these awards are not for the papers, because it is, very time consuming to read all the papers and go through all the papers, seeing all the research aspect of those papers. So these awards are for the paper presenters. So best paper presentation award. And as Professor Mehta told in the beginning of the session, that and these are on the basis of presentation, the delivery of the content, and as you get very limited time, how crisply you present your research methodology and findings, keeping in mind the limited time which has been allotted to you. So I'm very happy to announce the awards for day 1, technical session 1, that is 15th of April 2023. So I'll start with the 3rd position. We have, as Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi just told you, that we have 2 winners on all the 3 positions. So I'm beginning with the 3rd position. Day 1, 3rd position, first awardee is Dr. Deepti Bansal. Dr. Deepti Bansal, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, University College, Ganaur, Patiala, Punjab. And her topic was Digital Payments Methods in India, Opportunities and Challenges. Do we have Dr. Deepti with us? So congratulations to all the winners. Please give a big round of applause for all of them, although all the participants, but these winners. So 3rd prize, 1st position, I told you, Dr. Deepti Bansal. So the 2nd awardee on 3rd position is Dr. Shilpa Parihar. Dr. Shilpa Parihar is an assistant professor, Commerce and Management, Aishwarya College of Education, Jodhpur, and her topic was Skill Development, Need of the Student for Career Development, a Review Study. Congratulations, Dr. Shilpa. If you are here with us, you can just switch on your video so that we can also see you.
Yes.
Okay.
All the participants, you can unmute and you can say whatever you want.
Yes, the awardees may speak something. I can see, no, is Dr. Shilpa Parihar with us or Dr. Deepti Bansal? Okay. So moving towards the 2nd position. On 2nd position, again, we have 2 winners. So the first winner on 2nd position is DJ Chaitanya. DJ Chaitanya is Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, VVCE, Mysore, and the topic was Total Student Development Program, the concepts and methods used in teaching. Congratulations, DJ Chaitanya.
So Dr. Shilpa Parihar is here. He has written in the chat box.
Okay, Dr. Shilpa, you may switch on your video if you want. You have achieved the third prize you have received, Dr. Shilpa Parihar.
You want to ask, you want to say something? You can unmute. Okay, ma'am, no problem. Might be.
Okay. Okay, so do we have DJ Chaitanya with us? Okay, no problem, ma'am, no problem. So now, the next awardee on second position is Unnati Srivastav. Unnati Srivastav is Research Scholar, Department of Commerce and Business Administration, University of Allahabad. And her topic was Women Entrepreneurship in India, an Overview. Congratulations, Unnati. Is Unnati there with us? Okay, so moving towards the first position, the first awardee on first position is Achal Andrews. Achal Andrews is Senior Credit Risk Specialist, USA, and along with that, she's a research scholar at the IIS University, Jaipur. And her topic was Emerging Market Economies and Underlying Growth Factors. Congratulations, Ms. Achal Andrews. Do we have Achal with us?
Yeah, I'm clapping for myself.
We are clapping for you.
Anyone got a chance to speak, so I'll thank everyone on the behalf of the presenters and the people who have received some recognition today. It was a privilege to be presenting in front of Professor N.D. Mathur sir, Professor Anil Mehta sir. It's been a great 2-day experience, and many congratulations to the organizers of this conference. I know Inspira has done a lot. All of us have been able to seamlessly and effortlessly attend this in a very comfortable fashion. So my congratulations to Dr. S.S. Modi and Dr. Ravi Modi. And not to miss, I think I missed Dr. Aarti yesterday. So thank you so much for helping us, browse through this conference in a very comfortable fashion. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And congratulations, Ms. Achal Andrews. And the second winner on first position, Dr. Krupa Bharat Kumar Bhatt and CACS Jagat Nilesh Patel. Dr. Krupa and CACS Jagat Nilesh, and their topic was a research paper on behavioral finance and its impact on investment patterns. Very beautiful paper. I also got an opportunity to listen to the whole paper. Yeah. Congratulations, Dr. Krupa.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Ji, namaste. And what to say, it was indeed a great platform that on an international level we won here, and we don't have words basically, because the main thing is to showcase our skill. Still many things are still we are learning, and there were so nice different topics, multidisciplinary areas, and we came to know about different things, in fact, which is connected with the commerce and management. And this multidisciplinary is indeed a platform which is connecting all the fraternities and giving all the upcoming prospective and ongoing people, those who are doing research. So it was really nice time, and thank you so much everyone connected with the conference. Special thanks to Ravi sir, Mathur sir, everyone, Ashok Kumar sir, and once again thanks a lot. Much more things we would like to have in future. Over to you, Jagat sir. Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, this is very best part, that Jagat sir has also presented the paper. So congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very wonderful seminar, and on an international platform, we have presented our ideas on the specific topic. It was very wonderful experience for me. Thank you everyone, every dignitaries who have sponsored this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to all the winners of day one. Though, as I always say, all the participants are winners because you have the courage, you have the guts to present your paper in front of so many dignitaries. So you all deserve a lot of applause. But since the structure of the program says that we have 3 positions, so we have to announce 3 positions. But congratulations to every participant. Now, for declaring the best paper awards for day 2, technical session 2, that is 16th of April 2023, I would request Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi, sir, to please announce the awards.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti, for beautifully announcing the awards of day 1. So it is my duty to announce the awards for today's session. So again, I am starting from the 3rd position. There are 2 presenters in the 3rd position. The first presenter on the 3rd position is Mr. Prabhakara S. Mr. Prabhakara S, PhD Management Scholar, SOMS IGNU. And the topic was Performance Evaluation of Banks in India, a Literature Review. Congratulations, Mr. Prabhakara. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes. Honestly speaking, I was not knowing about Inspira, but I just come across this brochure. Suddenly, I thought of participating it. When I saw the your program list and all these things, I was little skeptical about the whole event. But when I attended last 2 days whole event, I was really impressed by this whole you were organizing, the way it was organized, and the way professors have given the expert comment. Really, I was benefited. I really thank you very much to Mathur sir as well as Anil sir. Their expert comment benefited a lot in improving our quality of research. And I just enrolled for my PhD, though at the fag end of my career, I enrolled for PhD. Then it will help me, your comments and your the whole event, whatever I have gone through yesterday and today, it will definitely help me in improving my quality of research in my PhD. Definitely. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Prabhakaraji. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your wonderful words.
Congratulations.
So the second awardee on the 3rd position is Dr. Shahira S. Patel, Department of Electronics, Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. And the topic was Novel Automatic Touchless Hand Sanitizer Dispenser. Congratulations, Dr. Shahira. Congratulations. Please unmute, ma'am. Please unmute. You are muted.
Congratulations.
Please unmute, ma'am. Congratulations to you.
Ma'am, actually, you are muted. Kindly unmute and speak. Yes, now it is okay. Please.
Thank you very much, sir, one and all, for having giving me this opportunity. Really, I am very much thankful. Indeed, this international conference was very much informative in different aspects of the science and technology, and as well as the innovations. So I really congratulate one and all on behalf of me personally and on my behalf of department. Thank you very much, sir. We would like to have some collaborative work with you also, since you are doing a great work for the society. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Congratulations once again. And now moving to the second position. The first awardee on the second position is Dr. Ashutosh Birla, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Government Girls College, Bundi, Rajasthan. The topic was geotourism, a new aspect of tourism. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Dr. Ashutosh. Dr. Ashutosh, are you there? Congratulations, Dr. Ashutosh ji.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ashutosh ji, congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, I think some voice problem from his side. So congratulations, Dr. Ashutosh Birla. The second awardee on the second position is Miss Ankita. Miss Ankita, PhD Scholar, Department of Physiotherapy, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. And the topic was an experimental investigation of the effect of nutragenomics strategies on cardiac automatic functions and eating behavior of computer professionals working the night shift. So congratulations to Miss Ankita. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Moving on to the first position, the first awardee on the first position is Dr. Dhanya Deepta Panda. Dr. Dhanya Deepta Panda, your assistant professor, KIIT deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And the topic was role of artificial intelligence in the enhancement of human resource field. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Very nice presentation.
It was really a good presentation.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The second awardee on the first position is Miss Ramya. Miss Ramya, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph College, and the topic was a study on customer perception towards OTT platform with special reference to Iranjakakuda Municipality, District, Kerala. So, congratulations to all the awardees. It was really, really nice presentations by all of you. It is difficult to select the awardees from all of you because all the presentations were really wonderful. And congratulations to all the awardees, and they will get the separate certificate for this. So congratulations all of you once again. Now I would like to request Miss Ivana Vashisht, HOD, Department of Arts, Kishangarh PG College, Alwar, Rajasthan, for the vote of thanks on behalf of Kishangarh PG College, Alwar. Yes, Ivana ji.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta, former Ambassador of India and a decorated author, Chairperson Dr. Anil Mehta, and additional Chairperson Dr. Beatrice Salvador, keynote speakers, the Inspira Research Association, participants, my colleague and friends. On behalf of the Kishangarh Group of Education, I take the privilege of proposing a vote of thanks. We all are delighted that this second day international seminar on global issues in multidisciplinary academic research and innovation was organized and conducted extremely well. First and foremost, I thank our chief guest, Dr. Gauri Shankar Gupta, for accepting our invitation and being with us. Thank you, sir, for your highly informative and motivational words. We are grateful to the Dr. N.D. Mathur and Dr. Anil Mehta and our additional chairman for day 2, Dr. Beatrice Salvador, University of Brazil, for sharing their precious time and words of wisdom with us. Your words will encourage us to challenge ourselves and explore more sustainable research and innovations. I would also like to convey sincere regards and thanks to Dr. Venkat Rao, Professor and Dean, Pondicherry University, Dr. Surya Prakash, Sri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi, and Dr. Vishnu Charan Nag, Motilal Nehru College, University of Delhi, for giving us their time and enlightening us. I would like to convey my deepest gratitude to Dr. Ravi Kant Modi, General Secretary of Inspira Research Association, and Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary of Inspira Research Association. On behalf of the Kishangarh Group of Education, I am thankful to Inspira Research Association for the support and cooperation in the making this seminar a successful event. I would like to thank all the presenters for sharing their out-of-the-box ideas with us and congratulate the winners. Last but not least, I would like to thank the director of Kishangarh Group of Education for providing us with this learning opportunity, and the entire team of Kishangarh Group of Education and Inspira Research Association for the organizing this event so wonderfully. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Ivana ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A wonderful thanks speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association and former Principal, Bhavans College of Communication and Management, for delivering vote of thanks on behalf of Inspira Research Association, IRA. Dr. Aarti.
Thank you once again, sir. So gratitude is the healthiest of all human emotions. As I told you yesterday also, feeling gratitude and not expressing means I have wrapped a gift for someone, but I have not given it. And we at Inspira Research Association totally believe in this. A cherished good evening to each one of you. The satisfaction and euphoria of any successful event cannot be enjoyed fully without mentioning the names and the faces behind the success of the event. Success is the result of hard work, steadfast determination, zeal, dedication, and right advices from right people. At this juncture, I, Dr. Aarti Chopra, as the capacity of Joint Secretary of Inspira Research Association, wish to extend my sincere and hearty gratitude to a number of people who has made this international seminar on global issues on multidisciplinary academic research and innovations being jointly organized by Inspira Research Association and Kishangarh Group of Education possible and worthy experience for everyone. On this tremendous day, it is my privilege to thank everyone who has been a part of this seminar directly or indirectly, may present or may not be present right now with us, but we acknowledge the hard work of everyone who made this event possible. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to our chief guest for day one, Professor Rana Singh, Director, Chandragupta Institute of Management, Patna, Chairperson, Professor N.D. Mathur, sir, who has been present with us not only yesterday, but today also for the whole time. And he motivated us with his great words as he said, Inspira should be the university in air. What better than this we can hear? Thank you so much, sir. Sir is Dean School of Economics, JECRC University, Jaipur, and our additional chairperson for day one, Dr. Gul Elkor Behram from Turkey, who gently accepted our invitation and spared their valuable time for all of us. We had an opportunity to listen to their thoughts on the first day of the seminar, which were actually thought-provoking. Our keynote speakers, Professor Suman Bhakri, Professor Ashok Sharma, and Dr. Neelu Grover left a deep impact on the hearts of audiences with their in-depth knowledge, strong communication, and deep insights into several issues related to commerce, management, humanities, and social sciences. When great personalities gather at one platform and discuss the issue, it definitely brings positive outcomes. Now, today, on the second day of the conference, our chief guest, Professor Gauri Shankar Gupta, former Ambassador, High Commission of India, has left us spellbound with his inspiring and effective dialogue. We are so thankful to him for his valuable time and inspiring words for all of us. We are grateful to our chairperson for today's session, Professor Anil Mehta, Vice President, Inspira Research Association, Professor, Banasthali University, former Head and Professor, Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, for his insightful and impressive speech. And not only this, but listening to each and every paper with so much of patience and giving constructive remarks to all the paper presenters. We are deeply grateful to you, sir, for sparing so much of time for guiding all the research papers for the presenters. Thank you. We are deeply grateful to our additional chairperson, Madam Dr. Beatriz Lucia Salvador Bisotto from Brazil, for her kind presence and the pearls of wisdom. Ma'am has been so kind that altogether from a different time zone, she takes out time for us and she stayed for the whole program and she patiently listened to each and every paper presenter and gave the constructive feedback. Thank you so much, Bizotto ma'am. You have been very kind to us. Thank you. Our today's keynote speakers, Dr. Surya Prakash from Sri Ram College of Commerce, New Delhi, and Dr. Bishnu Charan Nag, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Motilal Nehru College, New Delhi, were great, who shared their own set of knowledge and expertise in the field of education, commerce, business management in such a lucid way. I wish to acknowledge our patrons, our mentors, Professor S.S. Modi, President, Inspira Research Association, former Head and Professor, Department of Accountancy and Business Statistics, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Sir, आपके लिए तो ये कहना चाहूंगी कि सपने उन्हीं के पूरे होते हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। सपने उन्हीं के पूरे होते हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है और पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है। और सर ने ही ये हौसला हम सभी को दिया है। Everyone, each one of us, we are sitting here just because of motivation and encouragement of Professor S.S. Modi, our patron, our torch bearer. Thank you so much for being the lighting, the guiding lamp for all of us, sir. I also wish to thank once again our patron, Professor Anil Mehta, Vice President, Inspira Research Association, for being our mentor and leading the whole team by Professor Modi and Professor Mehta in right direction. We just follow their instructions and lead to success. I would like to salute the whole organizing team of the conference from both the organizations, especially conference organizing conveners, very young and dynamic, very, very laborious, very hardworking Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi, Secretary General, Inspira Research Association, Head, Department of EAFM, LBS PG College, Jaipur, and Mr. Vikram Singh, Director, Kishangarh Group of Education, Alwar, for the incredible work in planning and execution of this international seminar. It takes a lot of hard work to make the messages, to float the messages, to deal with all the paper presenters, all the participants. It really is very task which requires a lot of hard work. So congratulations to Dr. Ravikant Modi and Mr. Vikram Singh from Kishangarh Group of Education. I thank conference joint conveners Dr. Ashok Kumar, Assistant Professor, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, and Mr. Kailash Chand, Assistant Professor, Kishangarh Group of Education, for holding the command during the preparations of the seminar. I would like to mention the organizing secretaries, Dr. Ritu Sharma, Head Department of Commerce, SSG Parikh PG Girls College, Jaipur, Mr. Raj Kumar Verma, Principal, Kishangarh PG College, and Ms. Ivana Vashisht, Head Department of Arts, Kishangarh PG College, and the whole team of Inspira Research Association and Kishangarh Group of Education for their persistent and constant efforts to make this conference fruitful and worthy for all the participants. But most importantly, I wish to thank all the participants who have joined us from all the hook and corners of the country, not only country, but around the globe. And I would like to thank all the participants from all across the world who have shown great interest in the conference and presenting their papers on varied subjects. I thank you once again for joining us till so late. I thank all the team of IRA and Kishangarh Group of Colleges for the never-ending assistance to make this seminar happen. Thank you. Thank you so much once again to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti ma'am, for your most support to Inspira Research Association always as a joint secretary. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much to all the participants once again. Thank you so much to all the keynote speakers, chairperson, additional chairpersons, our patrons, Professor S.S. Modi, Professor Anil Mehta, and conference convener, Mr. Vikram Singh. Special thanks to Mr. Vikram Singh, director of this Kishangarh Group of Education, for the fruitful collaboration with Inspira Research Association. I congratulate to the team of Kishangarh Alwar College also for their utmost contribution toward this international seminar. So thank you so much, all of you, once again. And you
Dr.
all
Ravi,
will get
Dr. Ravi,
yes, sir.
Sorry for interruption. I take this opportunity to move a very, very special thanks to you and Dr. Aarti Chopra. In fact, you are the
teamwork, sir.
you both are the backbone of the
yes,
IIRA.
Dr. Aarti.
You and Dr. Aarti, nothing can be done. So
not me, but Dr.
I
Aarti.
think I appeal all the participants to just applause for the remarkable services rendered by Dr. Ravi
Dr. Aarti.
Chopra, Inspira, and for organizing.
Thank you.
He is our dynamic joint secretary,
नहीं,
sir.
रवि सर, you are being very modest. बिल्कुल सही कहा सर ने. आपके बिना तो हम सब कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते.
Most of the part you have done, ma'am. So thank you so much. Always thank you so much. And thank you so much, Professor Mehta, sir, for this beautiful gesture. Thank you so much, Andy Mathur, sir. Dr. Ashok Kumar. Thank you, sir. At least for joining this time. You spared your time. Thank you so much. Professor Beatrice Bizotto, ma'am. Thank you so much, all the participants. Good night. And you all will get the certificates within 1 week. And the presenters, best paper presentation certificates, also we will send you within the coming week. And in the series of conferences, FDP seminar since 2020 after COVID, once again, we are planning to organize an international conference in the month of May also. Probably the dates will be 27th and 28th May. So the details we will send you soon. You all will get on the WhatsApp or your mail ID, all the details. This will also be a multidisciplinary international conference. So thank you so much once again.